She was a community organizer for the Haight-Ashbury Neighborhood Council in the early 60s, and through this organization she met women in Wolf and the Wolf women got her to join. She's been active chair of the San Francisco branch and later chair of the Palo Alto branch, and when she moved to Auburn in 1980, she started a branch there. In 1983 to 86, she was president of the regional group for a 3-year term. She introduced the Peace Camp in 1986 here in Missoula when we had a regional meeting or gathering conference. She's been doing peace camps since 1987. For 10 years, there are, 17 around the country? 12. 12
count.
Yeah. 12 different cities around the country now have summer peace camps. And now she's on the national board of WILF. She started in 1996 in June, and she's national treasurer for the group. She's a great-grandmother of one and a mother of one and a grandmother of two daughters, and her grandchild is a boy. So now I'd like to introduce Millie Livingston to all of you. Thanks for coming.
Since I don't know all of you, I'd really like to do a fast check-in and just tell me one thing that you do regarding peace, freedom, justice, racism, anti-racism, whatever. Would you start, please?
Sure. My name is Clarette Martin, and I'm calling myself a spiritual warrior, but I'm not a warrior in the sense of violence. What I am doing is using the knowledge that I have about all the injustices and all the things that are being done to us by the corporations and government and even some of the religious structures. And I'm using courage to stand up for what I know is right, because I don't feel like I have anything to lose, because I don't want to live in that kind of world. So I need to honor the truth and stand up and be courageous about it. So in any way I can, I'm talking about health, about relationships, about self-sufficiency, about getting out from under that kind of control.
Her name is Barbara Tuchman. I wonder if anyone's ever heard of her. Tuchman. She wrote this book, and it's called The Road to Folly, and it's about war and how there's no such thing as a defeated country or a victorious country. Everybody is the loser, and she shows how, in very simple terms, she's a brilliant woman, writes beautifully, but she shows how in pure, simple English, there's any country that engages in war is dissipating its wealth and its resources and its people needlessly, foolishly, stupidly. And if they just adhered to international law and tried to get along with each other, they would save millions of dollars and could wipe out disease and unemployment and ignorance and vastly increase the educational system. And I wish everybody in the whole wide world would read such a book, because there wouldn't be a general or a statesman or a president or anybody, any head of any country that would engage in war, I think, if they read this book.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Right now, the Women's International League is going through a restructuring period, as I said. We have reduced the board, used to be about 30, 35 people. We've reduced it now to 21. And included in that 21 are young people. I think the oldest probably would be maybe 70, and the youngest is like 35, 25 to 35. So we are trying to mentor young people to take over. We're not going to be here forever. And I think this is a mistake most groups make. They don't let go. They don't let the younger people come in with their ideas and let them try their ideas. If it doesn't work, no big deal. We can pick up and go on from there. But I think we need to let them do it and let them do it their way. It's not our way. It's not my way. It's not Flo's way. But I think we need to start doing that and involving young people in what kind of a world do they want to live in. And they can learn from us. So that's one of the things we're going to try and do in WILF, is start a mentoring program. I was with Betty Burks, who is our national president, a couple of weeks ago, who came out to California for our Jane Addams Peace Association meeting in Berkeley. The Jane Addams Peace Association is the, I don't want to say laundry, but if you have money and you want a tax deduction, you can send it to the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom and not get it, or if you wanted the deduction, send it to the Jane Addams Peace Association. They take a percentage out of it and the balance goes to WILF. And if you have a specific program that you wanted to go to, an issue, you can earmark it for that. And that's a tax deduction, that's a tax deductible organ, it's a 501c3. And so I drove Miss Betty around in the valley of California, in Fresno and Palo Alto and San Jose and San Francisco. And we met with a lot of the branches and a lot of young people. She spoke before a group of 200 children in a high school in Fresno, predominantly black and Hispanic. We had to empathize with those children. This school was like a prison. It was awful. They were behind steel doors. There were bars on the windows. The paint was peeling. And we had an informal discussion with children afterwards. And what got in their way was basically economics. Some of those children, 14, 15 years old, are working 2 jobs. Some of them are helping support their own families. And they have dreams, they have aspirations. And what we suggested was for the Fresno branch to mentor these young people, to find out what their dreams are, maybe help in some way, maybe get them an internship. We still have that program going. Some of them have never been out of their own neighborhoods, to break that barrier and becoming an international person and find out what's going on in the world. So these are all the good things that we're doing, and I hope that you'll all get involved and stay involved. I brought, if I could shift gears, I brought some information on our peace camps. What we've been doing in my area is putting out a call for all the Region 1 branches, which is the 13 western states, including Alaska and Hawaii. That's our region. We're all in Region 1. We put out a call for people who want to organize peace camps or who have already organized peace camps to come and gather for a weekend, exchange ideas, network with each other, bring programs, bring pictures, bring curriculum, whatever. And I have to clarify that I'm not a teacher. I'm a bookkeeper. But when we wanted to do something in Missoula at that first peace camp, the women that wanted to come said, we don't want our children just to be babysat. If we're coming to a Peace and Freedom organizational meeting, we want the children to learn something about peace and freedom. So I called Flo up and I said, Flo, we're having the children's peace camp. And she said, what's that? And I said, well, Margaret Fisher and a few of the other women in Seattle are writing a guidebook, and I'm going to send it to you and see if you can get it together. And she did. And that was the first peace camp for children in the United States. Since then, there are about 12 peace camps that I know of. I received a call before I left from a woman in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. I received a call from a woman from Duluth, Minnesota, who happened to have been in Missoula and went to the Rankin Center and saw peace camp material there. And she got my address and my phone number and called me. And that's how it all starts. So I'm going to pass this around. I'm going to give this to Flo. It has some agenda that we have pretty much set of when our retreat, we call it a retreat. It's at a private home. Young people, old people, middle people come. They sleep on the floor wherever we can, or we get them bed space. And I just want to read you what we have decided, what we consider our mission and our goals for Peace Camp. And this sometimes gets changed every year because times and circumstance and environment changes. We do try and have an environmental program for the children at least one day of the Peace Camp. What we've been going into now is environmental justice. I don't know if everyone's familiar with that, but when we want to save the trees for the owls, we don't want the trees to be cut down, but we're taking away the jobs from the loggers. So can we arrive at a conflict management situation where we can both live with what we can do? Can we save X number of trees? You know, can we negotiate, whatever, but to have the environment protected, but with justice in mind. Because if those men are out of work because they think us no good nicks are taking their jobs away, we're not going to be able to educate them. Anyway, the Peace Camp mission statement that we arrived at last year, which may be changed this year, we don't know. Peace Camp's mission is to provide an alternative day camp experience which fosters an understanding of peace, justice, and environmental awareness appropriate to the needs of the children involved. So each community develops their own curriculum. They have their own problems in their area. It's different than what I have in Auburn. So I can't give you my curriculum and say, do this. You have to develop your own. Our goals are to teach peace, concepts of peace, equality, and justice at a developmentally, you're a teacher. Yeah, appropriate level. To encourage the development of self-esteem, empowerment, critical thinking skills, and the ability to initiate change through activism. To encourage respect for the environment and the interdependence of all living things. To introduce peaceful conflict resolution skills and alternatives to war play. When the Power Rangers came out, we had all the branches in California out on the picket line protesting the Power Rangers. We got the material out on the internet or the email, and we got every branch in California to do that. We want to provide an opportunity for children of diverse ethnic and class backgrounds to create formidable, empathic relations with one another. And even though we charge tuition for peace camps for children, no child is ever turned away because they don't have any money. And number 6 is to facilitate in children an understanding at their humanness and the different ways they are human. And the 7th is to provide a relaxing yet energizing camp atmosphere for the campers and for their families. And I've also had enclosed in this little pamphlet is a sample framework of what a camp might be. Some camps have all-day sessions, some camps have half-day sessions. In Auburn, we had half-day sessions because it gets very hot in the afternoon.
That's Auburn, California.
Auburn, California. And so it would be like from 8:30 to 12:30. And this is, so if there are any questions on Peace Camp, there's also money that we can give you if you want to do a Peace Camp. And you say, oh, we don't have the money. Don't worry, we've got some money for you. We have a Miami Education for Peace. It's a will fund. A woman passed on and she left some money. The Jones Children's Peace Education, she also left money to do this. There's also, if you want to develop leadership training for young people coming in, we have money for that. also, if you have a field worker, if you want to send a field worker out and travel all through Montana, we have money for that. And I want to tell you just a little bit about the Doris Jones Fund. She was from Palo Alto, in my area, in Peninsula and San Francisco area. And this woman had draft counseling tables set up during Vietnam right across the street from the recruiter's office. And we all took turns at that table. And the young men would come over and ask us what it was all about. And some just went away because they didn't want to register. They didn't want to join up. So that's the type of people that leave money to wills. But you can too, you can too. I also have a prototype of some materials that we send out. I've started a Peace Camp resource center. It's in my shed at my home. And whenever someone calls and asks me what their interests are, tells me what their interests are, I'll send them the material. So I'm going to leave that to look at. I need to take this home. So I'm just going to start passing that stuff around. Are there any other questions? Somebody want to ask me something? Any burning desires that you have?
How long do these camps last? And a week, 2 weeks?
It depends on what you want to do. We had started out 2 weeks, 2 weeks, half days, and then we decided just 1 week, half days. But for my own personal opinion, if you plan for 1 week, you may as well do 2 because it's just as much work. And you can trade off in having different age groups 1 week and maybe gear another kind of curriculum for older children the second week.
That was my other question. What's the age span with your curriculum?
It can be from 6 to 10, but a lot of the branches are developing peace camps for older children because we need to have some kind of violence prevention built into that. The police departments in the United States get money from the federal government for violence prevention programs. The police department in Chico, California has latched into peace camps. They fund it. The training sessions are held in the police department's community room. The liaison between the community, the peace camps, and the Board of Education is a woman, plainclothes police officer. She never wears a gun. That's the stipulations that we had. She's always in plain clothes. She never wears a uniform. The school system in Chico has peace camp for the children every time they're off track because all year round school. So when the children are off on what they might call spring break or whatever, they have an opportunity to attend peace camp. And no child is turned away because of lack of funding, because they get the money from the federal government. So that's something new with us, and we're just delighted that this is happening. Yes.
What kind of environment do they hold? Most people hold the camps in. Is it an outside activity, or is it in a building such as this, or where is it held?
In Auburn, we used the United Methodist Church gave us the use of their educational facility. So it was classrooms, but with outside activities. At one time, because they built the freeway right in back of the church, they had taken all the trees down. So as an exercise for the children and environment, we planted trees back. We had 50 trees we planted back there. We take them on nature walks, we take them on environmental walks, we take them on hikes. We go to the nature center, we plant trees, water plants, whatever. And if you decide to have it outside, we had it outside in the park a couple of times. But we didn't feel that worked very well because the kids would say, oh, there's the slides, let's go and have, so we really needed to have a little more closeness and set up boundaries for them. The children, when they come, sign an agreement that this is the kind of environment that they want to live in while they're at peace camp. There's no kicking, no spitting. You ask a person if they want to hug. I mean, this is not mine. These are what the children write, You're the scribe, whatever they tell you, you write it down. And then one little boy says, and no kissing. So, there you go. So that's one of the rules. If you're going to live here for this week, no kissing.
You know, one of the problems, when you talked to me about it, I was thinking, we live, you know, so close to nature here. We have a beautiful canyon. We have the Rattlesnake Wilderness area. We have Blue Mountain. Wonderful facilities in the area, just close by. And it's a university town, so hopefully there would be some university students or maybe high school students who have had some camping experience that might be interested in working with us on this, or, you know, leading such a camp. But I think one of the problems in so many cases is insurance. You know, when you want to take children out to nature, or when you want to drive them in a car or a bus, I think the insurance is one of the big handicaps or drawbacks of, you know, providing the opportunities for children, and I wondered how you would handle that.
What we did was we had a uniform release that we were not held liable for outdoor activities. And if the parents felt that they didn't want their children to go, fine. We had something for them to do at the camp. But we've never had anybody said no. And because the church, we had it at the church, it was covered under their liability because they were a sponsor of the Peace Camp. So it didn't affect us really. We have never had to go out and get a $2 million insurance. We have never had to do that. And I don't know if any other group has run across it. They haven't come and said we had to do this and this is how much it costs. But we'll bring that up at the retreat flow and see if someone has experience with that. But we haven't had it yet. So.
Wasn't there something like that in connection with the education system in Canada? They handle that liability problem a little differently than we do down here. Can you remember that? He used to take the groups, you know, high school when he was teaching, and it was a little more difficult than it was when he taught up in Vancouver for a year. It was much easier to, like, kids can go down to the museum for a class, art class, and they can go all over the city, and there didn't seem to be any problems with worrying about liability. So I don't know what the details are on that, but it might be worth looking into. Call it education.
Because we would take the children on a school bus, we would rent the bus and take them to the nature center for the morning, you know, for all morning. And the school bus people, the transport people never said you have to have insurance or anything, so we've just never done it. And the parents just have to we have to let the parents know, and if they do object, like I said, then we just keep the child at the camp. But most parents want their kids to be involved in everything, and you know, why can't I go? You know, that type of thing. So, but we will bring it up at the retreat and see if someone has experience with it. They have in Fullerton, California, Southern California, they have it at the Arboretum, the Peace Camp. So that's outside all the time. And I think that at one point they had it at a regular stay overnight camp. And they had an intergenerational camp where older people and younger people came, and the young with the peace campers. And it was really a great success. And they had programs for the parents. So the parents were over here doing their peace camp stuff, you know, peace camps for everybody type of thing. And the kids were over here doing their thing. Any other questions?
Well, I was hoping tonight that we would get some young people, high school and college-age people to come, but since it's spring break, everybody's away. And I'm hoping that if people know of anybody that might be interested in working on a peace camp program this summer, that they would contact us.
We are going to have a peace camp at our regional conference, and it's going to be at Reed College in Portland Oregon. So if you know of some young people that want to come and come and see what it's like, and to work at the Peace Camp, then, you know, for the 3 days, Friday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, then, you know, I'm sure that we would welcome them if the branch could get the money together to send them, and maybe we could try and get some money to help come too. And then if one or two come and bring back that knowledge of actually interning, you know, at the Peace Camp, then it might help them get it, maybe not this year, but maybe next year or during their break or whatever. And the other thing that was really interesting was that 2 young men worked as counselors. We had counselors that were like 12 and 15 years old with the little ones, and they got badges from their scout troop for working in a peace job type of thing. So and if teachers want to give credit for that, you can work on that too. There's lots of ways to do it. So I invite you all to come to Portland. Women's International League has always been low-key. And as women, we always have worked hard, and I'm sure men have too, and not really gotten credit for what they have contributed to this society. And I think it's time we stand up and say, we're here, and we're not going to go away. You know, we want credit for what we do. And we shouldn't be ashamed of it. We're not blowing our horn. We're not saying, look at me, I did this and I did that. Just to know that there are folks out here that are doing, and we need to acknowledge that. Well, we have actually 4 priorities. One is disarmament, which started in 1919, and we're still doing that. We're getting somewhere, you know. The second one is non-intervention, and we're, you know, working on that too. The next is violence against women and children. And then the last one is anti-racism. Those are our 4 main priorities that we're working on.
What was the last one?
Anti-racism. Well, thank you all for coming. I really enjoyed meeting you all.
whenever the others would play with the animal, as if he were afraid they were going to hurt it. Then he took me by the hand and led me all around the dacha, telling me the names of the flowers in Russian. Margaritka, Ivanshai, Podorожник, Kumpal, Rose, Lalish. Then his father led us inside and told Vita to sit down and tell me all the words he knew in English. So Vita was just sitting in this huge overstuffed chair. And for a long time, he didn't say anything. And then finally, he said, I like clocks. And his father said, what else do you know? And he just said, I love you.
My mother was working at the Ramada Inn when she met a Russian man. Being fluent in several languages, she decided to learn Russian. She bought a Russian-English dictionary and was surprised at how many French words were in the language. Speaking, no problem, but writing, never. All those odd letters. You're welcome.
Пожалуйста.
Cup.
Чашка.
May I buy some sugar?
Можно купить сахар?
Hello.
Yellow, yellow, like dust in a sunbeam, hitting the hardwood floor. That's the kind of yellow I was trying to capture, digging through holes in time. Like the time my family lived in Germany, in a big cement apartment house for foreigners. And there was this Russian lady named Vera something or other who lived next door to us. And she was big and old and gray and stern. And she always wore this gray wool two-piece suit. And one day we were going up the stairs as she was coming down. And my brother decided that he was going to say the one Russian word he knew to her. Vasyam. Vasyam. 8. It means the number 8. I wonder what she must have thought of us.
When I was 19, I had a job as a chambermaid in Yugoslavia. I found this ad on the cafeteria table at lunch. Spend the summer on the Adriatic and learn Serbo-Croatian? We had to wear these blue uniforms and these clunky-looking East Block sandals. I worked together with another chambermaid, a girl named Snezhina. That means Snow White. Every morning we had to wake up at 6 a.m., put on our blue uniforms, and clean 14 rooms. The worst rooms to clean were the West German tourists' rooms. Everything was in total disarray. Wet towels, sheets, bathing suits, books, shoes. We didn't really mind cleaning the East Block rooms because Russians, Romanians, and Bulgarians really didn't have very much to mess up their rooms with. When I was 19, I spent the summer working in Yugoslavia. In the daytime, I was a chambermaid, but at night, I changed my clothes and sing with a hotel band. I remember they introduced me as the American from Montana. And all the Russians stood up on the balcony and stared down at me. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river.
Датсуг. Слово какое-то невкучее. Датсуг. Если не боитесь культурный датсуг. Чушь какая-то. Я лично увлекаюсь спортом. Бегом. Сюда бегом, туда бегом. Каждую руку подсуньте. Вверх-вниз, троллейбус, автобус, метро, из метро. У нас нет магазинов. Мы живем больше года. Они все еще недостроены.
A wife must consult her husband on all questions of conduct, how to save her soul, how to please God and her husband, and how to manage the household properly. She must obey her husband in all matters. Whatever he orders, she must accept and carry out with love and with fear. If a wife does not follow or heed or obey or fear admonitions and instructions, and does not do what the husband teaches, such a person shall be beaten with a lash in accordance with the guilt, in private rather than in the presence of others. And after being instructed, she shall be reprimanded and forgiven, and there shall be no anger between them.
I spent hours in front of the mirror. Sometimes, late in the evening when everyone was asleep and I was still sitting at my toilette, arranging my hair in different ways or letting it fall, I took my ball gown, put it directly on my naked body, and went into the drawing room to the large mirrors. I closed all the doors, lit the big chandelier, posed in front of the mirror, and felt disappointed that one could not really appear this way at a ball. Then I threw off the gown and for a long, long time admired myself. I was already accustomed to the mastery of one's unclothed body, to the harmony of its poses, to sensing it in art. Not the weapon of temptation and sin of our grandmothers and even mothers, but the best thing in myself that I could know and see, my link with the beauty of the world.
suit jacket without the coat.
Kid!
The first star is out. The night damp gathers. Women sitting on porches pull the hems of their skirts over their knees, speak more softly, raise their dark faces to the heavenly stillness. Soon it will be time to get up, sigh, shake off specters, walk across the old boards. Cups will clink. Gas burners will flare like blue asters. The evening tea will trill. Refrigerators will clank open, and the women, back from the stars, will stare mindlessly into their rumbling, dimly lit interiors, slowly recognizing the contours of terrestrial cutlets or dense, frozen cottage cheese.
кто рожден был у моря, тот полюбил навсегда белые мачты на рейде, в дымке морской города. Свет маяка над волною южных ночей забытье, самое синее в мире, черное море мое, черное море мое. Море в далекие годы пела мне песни, как мать. Море меня научило грозные бури встречать. Дорог мне кубрик матросской, скромное наше жилье. Самое синее в мире, черное море мое, черное море мое. Стонет волна штормовая, дальние дали маня, так и не ревну.
Kind of work that I do, which is very symbolic and sometimes can be very primitive in feeling. Very simple lines, very simple figures, very simple shapes can sometimes mean a lot. And I try to use those simple things. I use little sticks between faces as communication. You'll see that all over my work. It's in many of the pieces. Heads that move together with tiny little sticks in between that are talking, are communicating, are trying to make some connection, as I think all of us human beings want to do. Make a connection with another human being. Those things are important, and they're just little lines.
Boussard's work reflects her feelings of the land, the space, and the environment in Montana where she grew up. After living in New York and San Francisco, her return here elicited newfound images of a raw, pristine land where people cannot be separated from nature. Her home and studio on 60 acres lie in the Flathead Valley beneath the towering Mission Mountains. The animals, birds, rivers, and clouds of this vast country are the basic images found in Bussard's work. Bussard's notebooks are filled with sketches and ideas. With these images in mind, she moves to her large studio and begins to lay out the work. She plays with the images, moving them around, and literally drawing with the fragments of ideas and colors. Figures are cut and either airbrushed or hand-painted, then layered with other images and secured to the background. Assistants then construct the piece. The works are complicated, requiring a meticulous construction process. Bussard works closely with her assistants to ensure that the finished image conforms to her idea. Frequently, because of the very large scale of the finished works, the entire piece is first witnessed as a whole when, as she says, everything pulls together in a unified way, the climax of the working process. And throughout this process, Bussard continues to lay down her passionate interest in the environment. Her vision is one of a fragile ecosystem of man and animals surviving as one. She creates these big statements with delicately shifting colors, combined with lush material and finely airbrushed painting, leading our eye through a menagerie of buffalo, faces in conversation, magpies, fish, and man as animal in a natural world filled with danger, temptation, and beauty.
I grew up in Choteau, Montana, a very small town on the eastern front of the Rockies, where even in the early days, there were vestiges of the Old West running through it. There were tumbleweeds flying around all over everybody's doorways, and there were buffalo jumps on the edge of town. We would always fantasize about the kinds of stuff that we would find there. But for me, the cattle drive was really not a fantasy. It was a reality. Because the cowboys used to take those cows and herd them down the center of town. And as they moved toward the trains east, everybody in the town would stop and come out and watch. It was really a very fun event for us, and I remember that from when I was young. I also have in this piece some vestiges of the fishing villages that were there, little campsites that went along, cowboys and Indians as they moved through the Old West. I think Cattle Drive for me is really a piece that elicits a memory for me, a memory of Choteau, a memory of a town that's close to the past and close to the earth. Packers and Stackers, the Western Choice, is a landscape piece about the valley where I live.
Inside the diamond is a telescopic vision of the whole, mountains, valleys, and fields. And in a layer behind are the features of the valley that give it its identity. Across the top lie the Mission Mountains, always encumbered by weather of some kind. Rivers encase the bison range where the herds graze. And a bit north lie the cherry orchards, where each summer the migrant workers come to pick their wages. A couple of years ago, when a drought scorched Montana and a fire burned her studio, Bussard's impressions were reflected in her work. She saw magpies. They flew into her art and sat on withered stalks of wheat. They hung around the edges, witches' tails waiting to feed on the carrion of labor and livelihood. Boussard's work moved in and out of burned fields and dreams to striking black reliefs. Serious stuff that blazed her feelings in slashes bled stark white. The magpies were there, in all their menacing grace.
When horses brought a distinct change to life on the ranch, I decided to use them as a catalyst for creativity in my work. We met with those such separate dreams is our portrait, the land where we live, and the horses who now dominate it. Stan inextricably tied to the land and animals, and over on the other side, a portrait of me, floating high and aloof, separated by barbs and wanting very little to do with the venture. But yet, in spite of it all, we remain tied together in our lives.
Boussard has used this horse image, as well as other symbols, to her advantage. A series of humorous works, like Branding Day in Montana and Horse Feathers, portray the animals in a circus-like vision, combining static patterns and moving figures. Each piece that she does, like Montana and Springtime in the Rockies, unfolds a delineation of space. The outside shows a blocked, stroked energy, where designs function abstractly. And inside the border, the richness of a personal life is exposed. Boussard culminated a 2-year traveling exhibition at the Art Museum of South Texas. Her other exhibits have included the San Francisco Art Museum, the Minneapolis Art Institute, as well as numerous gallery shows in the United States, Japan, Mexico, China, and England. The heart of Dana Boussard's work is the drawings, spontaneous and finely tuned. These diaries expose a life filled with drama, still allowing us range in interpretation and involvement. A series of drawings spur on a new series of fiber constructions, and they in turn feed the drawings. Her drawings speak for themselves. That is their beauty. Boussard's long involvement in corporate and public art has given her the opportunity to fine-tune proposal drawings for these large works. Each colored drawing is scaled to the architectural specifications. Based upon research of the area, she works with consultants, designers, and architects to create a marriage of artwork to the building. When Timberline Lodge in Oregon built its new Y East facility, Boussard was commissioned to work with the architect on integrating ideas and symbols of the old lodge into the new one. The mountain holds its secret, ties together a narrative of the powerful mountain in 3 consecutive panels, 8 feet by 24 feet, that span 2 rooms. Images of the timberline wolf sawtooth the landscape, and wild birds pattern themselves from the wind. Boussard's commission for the Anchorage International Airport was a large one. 14 panels, each 10 feet by 6 feet, grace both sides of the terminal area. The frames were designed in a curvilinear manner to integrate the architectural lines of the covered stairwells where they hang. Each of the 14 pieces represents an indigenous wild animal of Alaska. Caribou, bowhead whale, eagle, moose, bison, polar bear, reindeer, crab, salmon, walrus, ptarmigan, halibut, and doll sheep. Building a major piece requires space, and Bussard's studio and 60 acres provides that. For this one, a table pattern was built, and 4 individual mahogany foldable frames were constructed to dovetail into each other. Each finished section was then stretched, canvas-backed, and packed for shipping. The final 9-foot by 54-foot artwork, A Moment of Truth, was block and tackled into place at its permanent facility in Anchorage, Alaska. From her proposal drawing to the final artwork, Bussard is consistent in integrating each piece into the space where it will live. Her commissioned pieces hang in homes, federal and state public buildings, universities, hospitals, and corporations throughout the United States. With simplicity and grace, her work pursues the enduring and complex relationship between man and nature. Bussard's work resonates in every environment. A recently installed piece called Montana hangs in the marble-walled lobby of the Federal Reserve Bank. Bussard often travels with completed works to ensure their proper installation. Each space requires special brackets, mounts, and frames that are designed by Bussard's husband, Stan Reifel. This work is Bussard's personal vision of her state. Animals move across the face of the work in both directions, converging on a central core of order and established power. A narrative storyline runs along the top. Save a Piece of the Sky, a public commission from the state of Montana for its Justice Building, is a reminder to Montanans that their environment is their most cherished possession. The work calls out to take care.
It's another way of seeing. Art is another way of looking at the world. It's certainly another way that I'm looking at the world. I'm trying to give a perspective that's different, a perspective that provides some new dimension to the viewer who is taking a look at the work. Hopefully a more joyous perspective on the world. I think we have to lay our souls out on the table. I think we have to look at them in the cold, harsh reality and lay ourselves exposed. And in that way, I think we can communicate with the rest of the world.
I was asked, actually honored to be asked by Carla Getz and Fina Holtz to come and work on an art project that would be for the courtyards in the new building. And we brainstormed perhaps doing berms of dirt or tiles or different kinds of things like that. And we both really love Red Room's work and thought that would be a great thing for the kids, that they'd really enjoy doing figures. So I had worked on a project last year in which I used a couple of skeletons on the front of a truck that toured the state last year, and I polyurethane these papier-mâché figures, and so we thought that might work for these papier-mâché figures. So we came in and I talked to the kids about red grooms and about distortion and about psychological portraits, and celebrating the arts was the theme. And I've never had such amazing results from a group of kids in terms of technical abilities, in terms of expressive abilities. I mean, we only worked for 3 15-minute periods is all the time that we set aside, and we've had to squeeze sometimes out of other classes in that, but what you're seeing, these results look like maybe a month's worth of work, and they literally did it in a very short amount of time. I think they're spectacular.
What is your favorite art
form? I have gone from being a two-dimensional painter myself to working in 3D, and in fact, if you look at my paintings, Beth Lowe, who is a friend of mine and a ceramic artist in town, said, "Bobby, you're really trying to be three-dimensional. Why don't you just do it?" And so I started working with sculpture, and I love conceptual art, and I love sculpture, so this is right down my alley.
Okay, what is art to you?
Art to me is visual communication and all that goes with that, and so it goes inside people and it outside people, and it's poetry in terms of image, not in terms of word. So it lets us pay attention to nuance and subtlety. It lets us be angry, but not in a hurtful way, in a way that says, these are my issues, this is what I'm about, these are my opinions. And it's probably the most powerful thing that human beings have for communicating with each other.
Could you name a culture that you like to express with your art?
You mean connect multiculturally with a...
Yeah, is there a certain culture that you find yourself drawing to art?
I guess I couldn't single out one culture. I love the spirit masks of the Haida Indians. I like the strong figures of the Africans that are highly distorted. I love abstract expressionist painting. I love the Renaissance. I mean, I think art both informs and reflects the time that it's in, and so it's fascinating to look at any of those products and see, well, what's going on then, and what were these people saying about their time. So I can't really... I really love to look at all art and wonder about it and think about it.
What do you have in common with all those cultures?
Oh, I'm a human being with feelings and emotions, and that's why when you look at art, you can say, ah, I too walk that path. Huh? How do you think I'm different from all those cultures? Well, that's the other thing about art, is even though you have all these common stories, you've got your own story to tell. And it always, people can look at that and say, wow, her experience, I too can sense that. Even though they may not have had the exact same life or the exact same experience, they say, I too can relate to that. So,
what do you do when you get the blues?
what do I do when I get the blues? Crank tunes and do art sometimes, try to go outdoors. I think it's really important to connect with the natural world. And
How do you think having artists in the school help us learn, and that you've noticed?
Wow, I think the kids here are much more willing to share their stories, both verbally and visually. I think they came in here and they were not automatons by any means. I mean, truly, kids were being themselves, but they really focused and and did this work, really thought about distortion. I mean, you look at these, they're just, they're like taking a middle schooler, the essence of middle school, and setting it out here and being able to deal with it on a visual level. And plus, the theme of celebrating the arts is evident in all the critters too. So.
Do you have any suggestions for teachers that might want
The aesthetic literacy program? To do it, to figure out ways. I mean, it was wonderful this year to be able to pay artists to come in, actually give them money for the things that we often expect them just to donate, and but it can happen if you figure out ways to have the people. If you don't have the expertise, go get the people that have the expertise and love to work with kids, and realize that it's the only way you can reach inside a kid is through the arts. And bring that out. It's the only thing that deals with both knowledge and feeling. It's the only subject, those subject areas.
What is your definition of aesthetic literacy? What do you think?
Well, the opposite of aesthetics is anesthetics, or lacking feeling, or being numbed. And so to be literate about how you perceive the world and how you feel, and be able to express that, that's what aesthetic literacy is. And it can be literate in being able to read other products that people have made, or it can be literacy within yourself. What do I have to say, and how do I want to put that out there?
Okay, what do you think you'll remember about being here with what I said?
Oh. It's just been amazing. I will remember the kids and the sculptures and the energy. It's like when Kim and Matt and I all were waiting and the kids would come in. It was just like somebody broke a dam. The energy coming in, really a lot of energy, and just the wonderful personalities and what they did with those personalities. I mean, in some ways, these are all self-portraits, even though they weren't intended that way. But the way that kids work tended to kind of reflect the kind of person that they were and what they had to say.
Do you have any other comments?
No, I really feel honored to have been asked to work as an artist in this setting. It's been grand. It's been great to work in a space that we can really work in and not be hampered by, and it's been a wonderful experience for me.
Do you have a dream or a wish or a goal?
Oh, do I have a dream or a wish or a goal? Well, you know, in some ways, this is a dream for me. I've always loved the arts, and I've always loved working with kids, and so getting to do these kinds of things with the freedom. I'm not a teacher here now. I used to teach here. I taught here for 8 years in this building, and it's really fun to come in as a guest artist and be able to work in this way, a little more flexibly and that kind of thing. So that's kind of a dream. I have a dream of, I'd like to have a bunch of solo art shows in my own work. That's a dream of mine. I mean, world peace. I got lots of dreams, but it's hard to think in that short amount of time. Yeah.
The world is watching genocide without doing anything. Can we focus on the issues? are you doing? We'd like to hear your story. Sure.
Lisa Jacobs, and I'm the main creator of this work. I worked with a fellow named Joseph Wisniewski to do the music, but it all started during the Gulf War, so that was back in 1991, when I started to work on this piece here. Then this piece came, and then more pieces came, and meanwhile I was collaborating with a musician. So I think I'll just, would like to get started. In addition to, I know your teachers brought some things for you to focus on, but I also have excerpts. Now these are written words that are actually incorporated into the music. So I'd like to just pass this around, and you guys can just kind of play with this and see if you can pick out, like this one says, we have to communicate to our children that we are there for them, that they are not alone. And that's going to come out of that tape right there. So I think I'll let this person start over here, and they can take that if they want. The other thing is, don't restrict yourself to your seat. Feel free during this exhibit to walk around, even to crawl around, get your ear right down to the tape player, because they're all different. The music for each one was created. It's original music, specific for each quilt. So it's different. There's a buzzing bee on this one. There's lots of action over here with the news reports quilt, and quite divergent from what you'll find on the other ones. But I would keep moving around so you can get a sense of all of it. The only thing I ask is, like if you were at a theater, that we need to not talk, basically, because otherwise people won't be able to hear the sounds. So you guys can move around, but let's not talk. One. This is one pretty much playing by itself here. I've never done this before. It's kind of interesting. I've never played just one tape by itself. So Joseph, my collaborator, worked with a guy named David Brune, who had a big setup, you know, digital whole thing. So it was real interesting. Are there any questions? Right off. Someone asked me, was I supposed to, you know, where was this one? He showed me his, and I said, oh, it was down there. He goes, darn, I missed it. Partly the reason that I gave you those and just kind of said, try and hear for it, is because it helps tune you in to the sound. But the other reason is because it's kind of a metaphor for what it's like in our society right now. There's so much information coming at us that we can't get it all. We can't get it all. You can't hear everything. You can't take it in all at once. I mean, at least that's been my experience, and in talking to lots of people. A lot of people turn off the news for a time because they just can't take it all in. I think that's kind of what it is. That's a metaphor. So is there any other questions or comments? Don't be shy. Anything. There's no dumb questions. They can. How long does it take to make a quilt? This is the first one I made here. It took me, well, first of all, I did one, had it completely photographed and ready for a show, and then I cut it up. I've never done that before. And so there's pieces of the first quilt in this one. This piece and this piece. There's pieces that I pieced in there from the first one. It's because I had a better idea that I decided to cut it up. There's the roller coaster. So this one took me probably 9 months, but that's when I was doing other things. This one took me about a year, but I was doing other things. It's like I worked with the images a lot. But now these quilts, the smaller ones, I had already done my sketches, and I had collected a lot of materials, but I did 7 of them in 8 weeks. Very different working process. That's partly due to the kind of material. This is all made of fabric, and there's some metallics, but this I've used paper and acetate and acrylics, you know, like acrylic paint, using just the medium that the pigments dissolved in to stiffen fabric and paper, so I can cut and I don't have to turn under the edges. It drives me crazy. I love quilting. Now, I'm going to touch this because I'm the artist and I can do that. But you can see here, you know, these are quilted as much as any other quilt would be. That's important for me somehow, that process of binding things together, you know, and securing them. A quilt is 2 or more layers that are secured. I have some friends in Seattle who have done that with wire instead of thread. That becomes a quilt, technically. Any other questions? They come at any time, the ideas do, and like this piece here, the 7th quilt there, it's the I Am quilt. I was watching a slideshow of a forestry exhibit at the Burke Museum in Seattle with my kids and a whole bunch of kids around me. Luckily, I had my sketch pad with me, and I was looking for an idea for this quilt. And it was the photographer was laying, of course, on the floor of the forest taking slides like this. So that's where that quilt came from, for example. Can you kind of see that? You were laying on the floor of the forest, and the trees are all converging there, the top, the focal point.
How do you get the names?
The names for all the smaller ones are actually taken from the excerpts that I had for each one. So this one's called Draw Power, and the quote was Draw Power from Nature, and that was said here. I don't know if anybody heard that one, but did you? You were sitting here, Draw Power from Nature. So they're all there. Now this one, it's just talking about what I had studied. As I was making this piece, I was studying the news. I was listening all the time to public radio, both the local in Seattle, local public radio, national public radio during the Gulf War, and it was happening so quick, and I love audio tapes, and so I just started hitting the record button on my tape player, kept getting more tapes until I had 60 90-minute tapes, which then I listened to again, and I transcribed it on the computer, and then I pulled out excerpts and started seeing themes, and what the excerpts that are in here and that you looked at, that I sorted through hours and hours and hours, like 500 hours, to find those excerpts. So that's why this one is called News Reports, because that's what I was listening to. This is my reaction to have being barraged by a lot of bad news about our planet and what we're doing, and the lack of response by people who really do care but just haven't figured out what to do, how to feel, how to talk about it.
How come you stuck the quilt instead of the tape?
You know, there's a long... before I answer that question, I was going to say, this piece here I did in response to this piece, and that's called Earthen Vessel, and that came, I felt like in response to this one that I needed to sort of get a firm grounding, like, no, I'm still here and I can do something, and thinking about the body as a vessel. And so that's that our bodies are what we have to work with here, and there's so many possibilities that are unexplored. So earthen vessel, it came out of that idea. Now you asked, oh, how come I don't paint? Oh, okay, how come I started quilting instead of painting? I've always loved to paint, first of all, so I love painting also. But there's a long tradition of quilting, of women working in the fiber arts, you know, through many cultures, and somehow I think that I caught that bug, first of all. It started when I was young, and I remember watching my grandmother at the sewing machine quilting, and I wanted to touch those fabric squares, and she wouldn't let me, you know. I remember that, and so as soon as I was able to, I was sewing like at age 6. I was getting into my mom's fabric cupboard and making things, and that started it for me. So I love working with fabric because it's flexible and strong. I also love doing ceramics, but there's something I've always loved about fiber.
When did you start?
When did I start? Well, I started sewing when I was 6, and I'm sure I did lots of small things, but when my son was born, and there's some pictures over him in the red quilt, he's 9 now, and that's when I started doing it professionally. That's when I dedicated myself to my artwork, because I've studied other things in my life, but my artwork is what gives me my strongest calling. Well, thank you for coming. Oh, let me show you one thing. This is kind of fun. Dramatic lighting here.
You're going to show us the effect of special lighting on that one?
Just a minute, let me see. Oops, no, that's the wrong. Some 3rd graders were here the other day, and they got to see this, and see how the lighting changes with that? Neat. Isn't that neat? Okay. Thanks for coming.
We'll have another group. What I need everyone to do is line up at
I don't take the weather for granted or the landscape. I mean, it changes so quickly that you grasp. Remember those little moments of beauty. Light. The elk are down this way. I mean, we see elk up here all the time.
here?
Yeah, right up here. Right up here. In the wintertime. And deer and, you know, a lot of other animals as well, but will be affected if houses go up in that area. We'll find other habitat, or who knows. I'm glad to hear that. I'm trying to decide if I need to.
Did ya?
Oh, boy, they're going to have good vision.
Hopefully, if they take off the stuff to their father, they will.
Without seeing lenses.
Suzanne takes you down to her place near the river. You can hear the boats go by. You can spend the night beside her, and you know that she's half crazy, but that's why you wanna be there. And she feeds you tea and oranges that come all the way from China, and just when you...
And today I took Chloe for a walk, and I all this stuff on my mind, like calling a bunch of people and trying to get, volunteers to work for that open space project, and I just thought, wow, I'm not even looking at the woods anymore. I'm thinking about all this stuff, and money, and I don't, it feels really weird to have to be thinking when I'm walking. I usually take that time to just go for a walk and really, just kind of breathe or something, and today it wasn't like that at all.
Her waving, and she lets the river answer that you've always been her lover. And you want to travel with her, and you want to travel blind, and you know that she will trust you, for you've touched her perfect body with your mind. And Jesus was a sailor when he walked upon the water, and he spent a long time watching from his lonely wooden tower. And when he knew for certain only drowning men could see him, he said, all men will be sailors then until the sea shall free them. But he himself was broken long before the sky would open. Forsaken, almost human, he sank beneath your wisdom like a stone. And you want to travel with him, and you want to travel blind, and you think maybe you'll trust him, for he's touched your perfect body with his mind. Now Suzanne takes your hand, and she leads you to the river. She is wearing rags and feathers from Salvation Army counters, and the sun pours down like honey on Our Lady of the Harbor, and she shows you where to look among the garbage and the flowers. There are heroes in the seaweed, there are children in the morning, they are leaning for love, and they will lean that way forever while Suzanne holds the mirror. Travel with her, and you want to travel blind, and you can trust her, for she's touched your perfect body with her mind.
Johnny, come home. Okay. Your loved ones are calling.
Johnny, why do you stay so late? Johnny is gone a wild seed sowing out in the deep water. He's dancing with the miller's daughter. Johnny, come home, your loved ones apart. Johnny, why do you stay so late? Johnny is gone a wild seed. Johnny, come home, your loved ones apart. Johnny, why do you with the miller's daughter? Okay.
I love this thing. Oh, what an evil, evil, evil look.
Okay. I want to live on myself.
By the way.
I'm going to. We're going to live in a cabin in the woods. There's going to be chopped wood. And there'll be land in Tennessee, and there'll be land in Montana. And there'll be a community of people that go back and forth between these lands in the woods in Montana and Tennessee. And then just have it. ID bracelets. Mine says I'm the mother of the child. His gives name and date of birth. This morning, one of the males unjammed the dumbwaiter with a long lever. They brought him through the ceiling on a mechanized ladder. I thought I might recognize this one, but I didn't. A mob of guards in neon tartan jumpsuits circled the worker, their guns drawn. They motioned for me to crouch, hold up in the corner with my head down. I made a turd, throwing it over their heads as skeet. One startled and shot his Uzi, just missing the tinted glass, peppering the back wall with metal pieces. They took my blankets and the last of my clothes, back to fate, gruel twice a day with gritty paste, bited and smashed in for the baby's sake. They think they're so clever. Nutritional supplements are a hoax. We need the real thing, otherwise our bodies won't metabolize it. For nursing mothers, plenty of greens, chard and spinach, nuts, kiwis, and bananas instead of sweets, and a lion's share of well-trimmed meat. I lift the baby out of the crib, into the tub. My nipples ooze, but I don't feed him my yummy milk. I push his wrinkled face under water, making him struggle. It's good to know he's alive in a strange sort of way. My feelings for him have neither grown nor abated. Well, I'm going to read tonight from this book I put together, 29 Points of Reference, last May. And it's the first cold, really cold day this summer. We've had a string of 90-degree days. And so I'm going to read a poem that reminds me of winter, because it's coming. It's called News. A boy slipped through the ice today, into the river. The evening headline read, "Chilly Deception," which means the boy survived. A human chain must have formed in time to save him. My hands sting as I ride my bike on the path by the river. I hit a slippery section of rutted ice, but just keep pedaling. Another article said Hungarian women strip in New York City for $35 a week. The two brothers who promised good jobs in America must be feeding them. No doubt the women feel poorly dancing naked in a foreign country, but they aren't pieces of meat. We reserve these words for animals, slaughtered and eaten. I feel lucky to have a bike and to be riding. Yellow streetlights shine on the river, shadows behind each ripple. Ice chunks crack, drifting out into the center. Wind cuts against my knuckles. I wonder if people in the chain held hands or stretched out across the ice, head to ankle. I have a section of poems about my mother, and this first one, Red Bird, is dedicated to Gerald Stern. I was down in Palm Springs taking care of my mom as she was dying of cancer, and the only book that I read over and over again was Gerald Stern's Leaving Another Kingdom. And I picked up on some of his words, so this poem is for him. Red Bird. I push 2 sticks into the ground and wait for them to blossom. A red bird hovers above me carrying honey from the orchard to my window. I must be impatient. My mother is dying. I have prescriptions to refill, top ramen to buy at the grocer's. I must keep the washcloth close and sponge her hot forehead. Each time I hold her fingers, I see them blooming into roses. The red bird is burning from inside her own belly. Let me say Poland or Schubert and have it all be over. Let me change this story, say the red bird flew away and the flowers turned to honey without her. Archaeology. Once my mother loved to buy sports cars, yellow sports cars especially. She drove them to her waitressing job or the dry cleaners. Once my goat Lucy jumped up on the Porsche, denting its hood. Mom paid a man to steal the car once and drive it across the border. I think it was our neighbor. He liked guns. He ran around the place barefoot, helping me chase down the cow with a rope and a bucket of alfalfa. Once he shot all our animals. Once Mom took a serrated knife with a plastic handle into the bathroom. The lime tree scraped against the house. The whole tree moved back and forth in the wind. It felt as though the house was moving. Even now, I feel it moving inside me. My sister says we carry 30 pounds of black tar in our colons. She thinks rotting is the cause of all illness. She thinks a lot. She fell off a cliff in high school. Her forehead smashed into 7 pieces, her femur pushed through her pelvis. I caught rides to the hospital with a man who wanted his hands rubbed in rose-scented lotion. My sister cried when I lifted metal weights from her bed or pressed the pear-shaped pan beneath her. The two of us lived alone in a mustard-colored duplex. Tangles of sea figs spread out their rubbery fingers. One day I turned all the knives in the wrong direction. My mother told me on her deathbed how embarrassed this made her. She thought I should shave my armpits. She thought my sister and I were trying to kill her. She's dead, and my sister lives in Texas. We had a garden with summer squash. I grew sunflowers in a clump crowded at the center. When I think of my mother, I think of yellow. My mother and I were gardeners, but we had other things in common. We taught school together in Stockton after her second divorce and first mastectomy. She married a man who went on to make the plastic pails McDonald's put their pickles in. This is what we call America. He made a lot of money and proved it by buying a Ferrari. Stray bullets pierced the garage from the freeway. I spent my time walking in asparagus fields along the levee. She didn't go to the doctor till her whole breast was purple and hard, my mother's best friend told me. She wore a blue terry cloth robe and little scuffling slippers because she always had the right clothes for every occasion. Where's my miracle cure? Who will take care of me? I'm so young. My sister and I made lemon jello. Then we held teaspoons of sugar water up to her mouth, feeding her like a bird. One pill counteracted the side effects of another. The dosage kept changing. She thought we were trying to kill her. She wouldn't lie down for fear of falling asleep and dying. Her feet pooled up with blood and turned black from all that sitting. A student of mine called this summer to tell me she tried to cut her own breasts off. I tried to draw a red picture of a flower, but I have a hard time concentrating. May I get you a soft drink, a blanket, or a pillow? My mother worked a first-class flight with James A. Michener as the only passenger. She got his address to write a letter. All I can remember is that the book was 1,088 pages, and for years after, I had a keen desire to be an archaeologist. I like to keep track of things. I used to have a collection in my head of license plate numbers, 688, KQQ, 592, RJZ, 372, ERP. By the time I turned 12, I had memorized quite a few numbers. When I went with my mom in the car, I would lift my toes as we drove across bridges. It was like jumping over the river. I remember being truly happy we didn't want to live in the dry, sandy desert. Got one more mother poem. Oh, I guess this isn't technically a mother poem. This is called Tuning the Piano. There's always a few sports cars involved, sports cars and a polished piano. Once I came across a cow in the upstairs bedroom. The men tell me not to move anything. They need silence and ask for this small favor. The maid keeps forgetting to let the dog out. She closes the folding stairs to my room without thinking. On Thursdays, I hide my toothbrush so Martinez won't ruin the bristles with her scrubbing. I make a list of all the colleges I'll apply to. The Monsignor keeps a copy next to his belly and gives me a coin whenever I add another. I leave a rope in his office and pray he'll use it. When it rains, I stay busy with myself. I cut the map of Brazil out and train an ant to walk the perimeter. If the ant strays too far to the center, I nudge him back with my little finger. This poem is called At the Pig Races. I get stuck pushing a cart, of all things. The sow on my right runs with her babies toppling along beside her. I could offer to carry the straggling piglets, but that would only hamper my progress. I'm hoping to win this pig race. Luckily, I'm on the inside. The turf's still fresh from summer. I'm sure I could run faster without the cart, but there's no losing it. My legs and arms hurt. The pigs keep gaining. For a moment, I forget why I'm even running. I hear my mother cheering in the center of the winner's circle. She wants a photo of herself standing next to me in the cart. She wants to hand me a wreath of flowers. But the sound of her voice distracts me. The sow passes my front wheels and charges on towards the finish. One of her piglets gets trampled in the rush. It's time to drop the cart, but my hands won't open around the wooden handles.
All right, what do we have here? This one's called Cleave. I want to call my housemate Towhead, but that means very blonde or sandbar in a river, especially covered with cottonwood trees, and she is neither. Instead, I walk across the bridge towards the old red depot and notice how buildings brighten in the afternoon. The prairie in this town runs up hillsides with yellow grasses and weeds. The river beneath me flows faster in spring. Christmas flower. My mother feels guilty to be bald and still beautiful at 50. So the hospital sends her a poinsettia, a very large and red poinsettia. She's planned ahead for this crisis by buying a salamander silver Miata, along with a garage door opener, but the flowers make her even happier. When she calls me over to adjust the leaves or rotate the pot, and she's still happy, this poinsettia looks good from all directions, I realize she's given up. A lawsuit would take too long, and the hospital knows this. Everyone's allowed to bow out gracefully on account of the Christmas flower's beauty. The radiologist who pulled my mother's hand onto his penis, saying how much he wanted her each week in his office, will be put on probation again. I'm more concerned about the car now and how I'll pay for it. Blue daffodils. Lop-eared zombie keeps a broken accordion by the footpath of stone. He's a dandy and wants very badly to befriend loquacious glamour girls. He hands them blue daffodils in exchange for time. I've heard a chameleon changes from brown to neon orange in less than 3 minutes. A pebble becomes a pearly piece of corn. What's a little time spent with a zombie? And here's a foreign poem, Kampala. My fiancé left me standing in this shrubby town. I wait at a small plaster church, holding the monogram ring he gave me. Rice boils daily in a sticky vat, getting sweeter and sweeter. I drink the fermented drink and watch the forest grow smaller. Why am I always alone in Africa? I'd like to dance the mating dance as jackal, populate all of Kampala with wild dogs. I block out the details. Slow death of my mother, disappearance of the man who asked me to marry. I cannot see the flowers at my feet or hear birds sing from manicured bushes. I return to the plaster church, pale yellow building on a busy corner. People pass in clean cotton dresses and shirts, watching me urinate on a crabby patch of lawn. I turn myself into the first human dog and howl to my master, grief, grief. A woman shuffles an ivory-headed wand along the street. She's leading a pack of children to a place with trees past town. I circle around all of Africa, but cannot find them. Entendre. She wraps red flannel strips dipped in camphor around her chapped knuckles. An amber ring dimpling her middle finger pokes through the homemade bandages and shines in the firelight. Her name means destroyer in English. She's learned to call the ring her resignation. Its cold metal band sends a sting up her left arm to her breast. The pain knots up like seaweed clumped tight around stone. She took scissors to her shirt down at Beaufort Coast, thinking the operation would be simple. And why not? Hadn't she chased the giant with just enough pluck to make him tumble off the edge of the world? 2 sandhill cranes tear open her coarse sacks piled high with imported rice for winter. The large cinnamon-colored birds sing as if they had marbles rattling in their throats. Their song becomes a race, the gurgling tune running faster and faster until a creamy film covers their grain-stuffed beaks. And I have one last poem. It's called Standing. I saw a movie once about standing, about how to stand at a funeral, straight-backed, bowed head, one hand holding the wrist of the other. If there are flowers involved, say tulips, the blossoms droop down. And if the tulips are yellow, tilted at just the right angle, I'll be standing in a circle at James Jeffrey's funeral. James, who jumped from the grain silo. His body was lying flat on the gravel. Who found the body? Who went into the rainy night not expecting to see James Jeffries? Who went to the movie in time to buy pale yellow flowers? If the body were found in the river, I think I'd understand better. Somebody told me they found the body in the river. Impossible. James jumped from the silo. He saw himself dead. He kicked his legs out from the rim, straightening his body as the ground grew closer. We stand in the park, the tulips doing what tulips do. Thanks. Hey.
Since the inception of the country, the United States has had a dreadful fascination with war. Sometimes our masses view war as abhorrent, and our national policy becomes isolationist. But more often, we are involved in, justifying our involvement in, or preparing for war. One consistent voice in opposition to military conflict, a struggle which she considered a social disease, was Jeannette Rankin. From the moment she took office as America's first Congresswoman, Ms. Rankin campaigned actively for peace, for the legislation of unilateral national peace, and for women to raise their voices and work together against a patriarchal obsession with force and acquisition. Jeannette was elected to Congress twice, where, both times, she saw American sentiments shift to world war. Both times, she was in a minority. Before the Second War, she was alone, like Cassandra, against the vast enthusiasm for military involvement. In her defense, she professed her dedication to American women, children, and families, but a personal revulsion to war prevented her from voting for it. Often, she took her cause directly to the public.
I want to urge mothers and fathers everywhere to work against war while there is time. I voted no in 1917, and I'd still vote no today, because I believe war is a futile method of trying to settle disputes.
Her views on the futility of war were developed from convictions formed in the social cauldrons of New York, Boston, and San Francisco. The volatile conditions in America were ripe for someone like Jeannette, and she came upon the progressive movement at a time when she was seeking direction. It was the country's mood and attitudes about nationalism, militarism, social conditions, and especially women's rights that fired Jeannette's sense of human justice. 1910 was the midst of the era of the new woman, yet in a majority of states women could not vote. Immigrant women were often tied to unsafe, exhausting 14-hour-a-day factory jobs. Women often feared reform for its threat to family structure, yet feared failure when some spoke for equal pay for equal work, or children's rights appropriations, or sending a woman to Congress. Jeannette moved from social work to suffrage when she understood that the most potent reform would not be accomplished from struggling with institutions, but by influencing the laws that governed them. Her focus developed within the suffrage revolution as Jeannette realized she had a talent for persuasion, and that she could be a real leader when success depended on the initiative and hard work committed to a cause. Women could be the force in social reform, she thought, using the vote to protest the decadence touching their lives and the lives of their children. It was later said that after a life of constantly pushing at the borders of social ideals, 2 elections to the United States Congress, consistent ideological conquest against war, violence, and military profiteers, and demonstrating with her life her principles of peace, that Jeannette Rankin considered suffrage for Montana's and America's women her greatest successes. But because hearing women's voice in election results seems natural today, it is her peacemaking for which Jeannette is best remembered. Each time Montana elected her to Congress, keeping our sons out of war was a plank in her platform, for she realized that with its attention on fighting, America couldn't easily look at the poverty, misery, and inequity at home. She was a reformer who disdained the repression of war and believed that special interests and industrialists pulled us into conflict more than did the general population.
You have heard terms like starry-eyed visionary or impractical dreamer applied to people who oppose what most of society seems to condone. But this was not the case with Jeannette at all. Jeannette was very practical, very commonsensical, very down-to-earth. I don't believe that religiosity or mythical feelings entered into her philosophy or her beliefs at all.
So she voted against war, each time against tremendous forces convinced that the greater good would be served by giving in. She established a peace and women's liberation center in Georgia, facing a vicious daily routine and a sense of futility against socialized militarism. In 1934, she wrote Frederick Libby, director of the National Council for Prevention of War, "I am feeling very much let down after making 22 speeches and driving the car over 1,000 miles, getting more than 60 resolutions with every congressional district in Georgia represented. Then, to have England and France acting like stupid children, and Roosevelt decides to build tanks and airplanes while the disarmament conference is still struggling." She marched with 5,000 women against the Vietnam War in 1968, fighting labels of naive idealist and an out-of-step old woman. It was called the Jeannette Rankin Peace Brigade, and it marked the beginning of a popular shift against that conflict.
What we have to do, I think, is always consider what pacifists leave to us. In this case, we have to consider Rankin's legacy. And I think the important part about what she has left, not only to Montanans, but to the country, is the hope that at some point, pacifistic activity will indeed prevent major war.
In 1977, Belle Weinstein spoke with a biographer about Jeannette Rankin. Belle called her a futuristic American whose ideas were 60 years ahead of our thinking. Those ideas were bearing fruit in 1977. Pacifism, social change, and women's power in the ballot were being paid serious attention. But in 1995, it is as easy to mobilize our military and nationalist sentiment, as easy to consider the rights of struggling women and children insignificant, and nearly as easy to keep women from high office as it was in 1917. Jeannette Rankin would still be a significant voice, a champion for peace who would lead with her convictions. She has yet to be swallowed in a throng of fervent peacemongers.
Susan Hale. McKinney. Jeff Kelly, Senate. Kelly. John. Control after. Council Claire. I'll look at right here.
We are not a bunch of misguided little girls. You know, we're grown women. We've made mistakes. We've come here, and this correctional center has offered an opportunity that a lot of us either never had out there or never realized that we needed to take advantage of. For myself, I've been in other prison systems, and even though this one is small and physically inadequate, the treatment programs that I was offered here and did take advantage of and successfully complete, I believe have made a really definite impact on my life. And although, like I said, I've been in prison and I've been incarcerated before, I believe that because of the opportunities I was offered specifically by the state of Montana, that when I leave, which is tomorrow, I'm leaving on parole, and I won't be back, not in the system as an inmate, but I intend to remain involved, you know, as far as the other women here. Even when you leave here and you leave behind, you have a tendency to get very attached. Women just naturally, I think, get attached. This isn't like the men's prison where you got umpteen zillion men all cramped together, but even 50 women all cramped together, you do build relationships and you do have a concern. And we have direct supervision here. That's another opportunity that I understand there's controversy right now with the men's prison, and I don't know how that would work there, but I know here with our direct supervision, we not only learn to interact with each other, we learn to interact with authority. You know, the staff treats us like human beings, and in exchange, we learn how to treat people like human beings too. I know that when I left prison the last time in the state of Oregon, I already had plans to return to criminal behavior. I sat in there for almost 3 years with no treatment offered, and it's a big, big prison. You know, there was almost 200 women there, and they don't have treatment programs like they have here.
Why is that? Because the money goes to just the size of the facility and not to treat?
I think so. I think it's a show. I think they want to show the taxpayer that, you know, well, look, we put all your tax money into building this big, fancy prison, but there's no, you know, they don't care about programming, because I think, having been out there and been a taxpayer, that once you're out there, you really don't care. Criminals belong locked up. 2 major treatment programs in here I have participated in and completed. The chemical dependency, I went through the aftercare program, and the adult survivors of childhood sexual abuse. It's a very intense program. Both programs are totally unorthodox. There's nothing like them, I believe, offered on the outside, because our treatment staff, they have developed these programs for female felons. They have worked with certain issues that probably don't come up with everybody in day-to-day therapy, you know, out there in the real world. But I know personally, I have worked through a lot of problems that I wasn't even aware I had, you know, and they cooperate. My husband has been allowed to work with my counselor over the phone, to talk with her, to be aware as I went through my treatment. So even after having been here almost a year, I still have, you know, family to go out to that have become active in my treatment and not been shut out from me because I was locked away. And I think that that means a lot. And I think a new facility, a better facility, one that has more space. Right now, the sexual abuse, we meet in the instructor in Louise McLeod's office, you know, and stacked chairs in there. I don't think her office is maybe 10 by 10, you know, and it's an intense thing. You know, it's very, you can't even get comfortable. You don't have the facilities, you don't have the things you need if you want, like to show a video, you know, you have to wrangle to get a room that you could show a video in, and it just, I believe that we do need a new facility, but I believe that that facility needs to be treatment-oriented, not maximum security, razor wire, gun turrets. This is Montana. It's probably one of the smallest prisons in the United States, and having been in other prisons and seen how women act when they are incarcerated, Montana is very fortunate to have, and I believe it's a direct effect of the supervision that upper level corrections allows us to have here, that direct supervision. We work together and staff will work with us. I think the people of Montana need to be aware that the size of this prison and the treatment available makes it very unique and an opportunity for the state of Montana to make some big changes in women's corrections and pioneer those changes to where they could improve, you know, throughout the country, because this is different than other prisons.
A lot of times there's a lot of concern in the, well, a lot of people say, well, if we have an institution, people just kind of get secure in the institution, and then they can't go back outside. They only know life in the institution, and they get institutionalized, if you will. And I'm just wondering, now you have a number of women here, 40 women in this section of the building, or this section of the whole center. Do you feel like you're getting institutionalized? I mean, can you talk a little bit about that?
When I talked, I said that I was scared to go, but the reason that I'm scared to go is because I'm a whole different person and I don't ever want to lose that again.
Mm-hmm.
And I found it here in this setting,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why I'm scared.
And so, and when you say you found it here, did the women help you? I mean, all the, you found the programs, but all the other...
programs, the officers, the women that I live with,
Mm-hmm.
everybody. It just, you know, everybody helps each other.
So sometimes I think in the public's mind, if you will, there's this image, you send someone to prison and they learn things about other ways to commit the kinds of crimes, like, for instance, writing checks. Well, then somebody will tell you a little bit more of, you know, a way.
It's very rare in here, though.
But it's rare among the women.
And if you're truly in recovery, you don't even
listen
want
to
that
it, and
path.
you don't want it.
And you don't respect
The ones that are still
those
talking
people that
about it.
want to talk like
It's
that.
kind of,
and
it's
they're not-
disgusting.
Yeah.
I can speak from experience because I've been in the adult penal system since 1975.
Mm-hmm.
I've spent approximately 3 years on the street since 1975. I am institutionalized.
And I don't want anybody to think that we're real cushy here, because programming is hard.
Yeah.
You open yourself
It's
up and all
24
the
hours a
old
day.
ugly secrets come out, and it's
Where-
not fun.
Yeah, where I'm at in it is, yes, it was very comfortable for me to come back. It's very easy for me to say, I can't handle it, and come back. I did that a lot. I can't do that this time. I have no more excuses.
And if
I
you-
guess that's the main thing I wanted to hit on, was that 21 years in the adult penal system, you know. I mean, not all in, but 21 years of my life involved in being in the adult penal system. I have no more excuses to come back.
I believe that they need a new facility very badly. This building is not adequate by any means. Even if the building was structurally really good, it wouldn't work. There's not enough space. We have, in talking with treatment specialist Louise McLeod, there's different programs that they would like to implement. We don't have the space here to do that. We have people crowded in on top of each other, and it makes it very hard. When sometimes if you're upset, you need solitude. There's no place to get that here. And I think with a group of women that have been here since I've been here, they've worked together pretty well. I mean, we all have rough spots, but that happens in the real world too. I think a lot of things that need to be looked at is that the big issue is finance. You know, I mean, this is, we saw in the paper, you know, slash $32 million in the budget. And a lot of times I don't think the public is aware of, one, the $10 million that they were going to slash, that the paper made it look like. That's not coming out of the general fund. Okay, that's a bond issue. People don't realize that the recidivism rate here is high, and it is in most institutions. I believe if you have treatment, you'll cut that recidivism down. If the people, they want people locked up, but yet they want them rehabilitated so when they come out, they're not a threat. If they're willing to spend more money, the first time that women or men either come into prison, they're going to end up in the long run being cheaper. because your population's not going to keep increasing because you're going to have new offenders. But if you keep having your old offenders come back, your population's just going to keep growing. And I think that that's something that people need to realize. There are a lot of things that can be done financially to help expand and do. And those are things that the public needs to be made aware of, and not just, you know, they want to crunch all the money in, but they need to look long range, that they're going to spend more money in the long range, and that's what needs to be cut. If you build a new facility and allow the women to come in for treatment and then go back out into society, they need to balance, if they have treatment, being able to work and learning job skills. A lot of the women don't have job skills when they come in. And it needs to be balanced that they can do both. And this facility, the space here, doesn't allow that. And without a new facility, it's not going to happen. Community corrections, I believe, is a very good thing. But the problem is, especially in the state of Montana being so small, they don't have, each community have individual treatment programs that the women need. One, the women can't afford it in a community corrections setting. When I went up to parole, I talked to a counselor, and it was $70 an hour. The reason I'm here is for bad checks, trying to take care of my family. I mean, that would put me right back in the hole again, trying to do that. And that's what they need to understand, that if they don't want to keep spending and spending and spending, they need to do something now and not cut it down to, you know, 20, 30 beds. If they would go with their original plan of expansion and allowing federal prisoners in, one, your federal money would help defray a lot of the cost, and which would make economic sense. And one of the things that I know in speaking with Louise, that the programs that they would like to do here is have the people sentenced to the community corrections, or to the corrections department, and then allow them to decide where to place them after their treatment. That makes sense. I mean, the women here and the men also, they go to a parole board of 3 men that don't know you. They read from paper, but they haven't lived with you from a day-to-day basis to know who you are. The people where you're housed, they know you. They know more what your needs are and what your chances of making it on the outside are. And I think that's a very sound proposition that people need to look at. I mean, people think that you should have nothing in here. But the hardest thing is being separated from your family, especially when you're great distances. It's very hard to see them. And that's really needed. And I think people need to take a look at that.
The big thing is carry into the new facility everything that we have here.
And allow room for it to be expanded. Where we sleep at night, where we sit and write letters needs to be comfortable. And a prison will always need cells, and it will always need locks, and it will always need bars on the windows. But when you've graduated from maximum to medium to minimum custody, you're getting closer to being on the outside.
The treatment is what makes the difference. It's not the size, the smallness of this institution, or making it larger. It's the treatment that creates the atmosphere, not the size. And I feel a larger institution, which is definitely, as long as they have the programming and the treatment, you're going to have the same atmosphere no matter what the size is.
And community treatment is fine, but if you're out in the community living with your family and receiving treatment, you're distracted. When you're in a prison setting and receiving treatment, you have 24 hours of treatment every day. And a lot of us need that. We need to be just lifted out of the lives we were living.
When I first came in here, I thought that there really wasn't that much wrong with my life, that I had my family loved me, and then after I got here, I found out all the stuff that brought me here, that helped to bring me here. Sexual abuse was involved when I was a child. I lived with an alcoholic man for 10 years. And when I got here, people treated me like I was a human being, you know. The people here really care. And programming is really, really important. If you don't have it, you're just going to go back out the way that you came in. And then you're going to be back again. And when I first got here, there was very little programming. We had a parenting program, and then there was anger and codependency, and that was like every 6 weeks or every 3 months or however many times the instructor could come. And now there's people here all the time. There's always something to do in the building. There's CD, there's sexual abuse. People work. And it was a terrible tragedy what brought me here, but it sure changed my life around. I think everybody realized how important it was to get programs going and to get us involved, and instead of just letting us sit and vegetate. And that's how it was when I first got here. There was very little to do. I should be going to pre-release soon. I was eligible to go, and in October I had the chance to go, but I waived it because I wanted to stay here a little bit longer. I wasn't done with what I had to do. And when I came here 5 years ago, I could never imagine saying, let me stay a little bit longer. So that just shows you.
And so because you are right up clear, you're able to get into that job program, or
not really.
How does that work?
I worked my way up. When I came back this time, I went over to the expansion unit, and I did 6 months over there.
And we'll film some of that, and that's where the maximum.
I worked a full-time job 7 days a week in the kitchen here, and I got into Louise's sexual abuse group.
The kitchen meaning
I served food.
The serving food, because it is brought in. You don't prepare it, right? No. Now, are there jobs from here to go over there to prepare the food?
There's no food preparation. I've worked in the kitchen on grounds for, I'd say I've got about 5 years OJT experience in that kitchen. I don't have an OJT position right now, but I've been here off and on since it opened. And what they do over there is you work mainly in like preparing vegetables, pulling the line dishes. We had one lady that worked in the bakery. Not really in food preparation.
No, I have an OJT position in this building.
In this building?
I'm the warden secretary's assistant.
Okay, and that's what Michelle had been, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you say you work up to those, can you give us an idea of some of the
Custody
steps?
levels, you have to go through certain custody levels.
Yeah. And you also have to maintain.
You have to be in a vocational program
or school.
Have an in-house job.
Or in-house.
So you have to be in a program moving toward, improvement.
It's incentive.
You have to meet the criteria that is set down by the classification committee, which generally, if whatever programming they think you need to be in, maintaining an in-house job with good evaluations. And then you are given a recommendation by the classification committee, which makes you eligible when a position comes open.
Now, is there anything that happens, say like there's one position and there's several people? I mean, this happens out in the work field. Process. And people get chosen. My daughter just went through a job interview and she wasn't chosen. And so what happens? Do you think it's a fair process?
From experience, I know that it's a fair process. What happens is Steve McCaskill is really the one that goes through and decides.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes by the length of time that you've been involved in your programming, the length of time that you put into in-house detail, the length of time that you've had clear conduct. If you can come through with a clean slate all the way through, and have the most, it's like almost like a seniority.
Okay.
It falls in line, so there's no unfairness about it.
And if you're participating in sexual abuse or chemical
cannot.
dependency, you are to devote your time to that.
Instead of getting into the job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes,
Now, you were the librarian for a while.
I worked downstairs in the library as an in-house detail before I was allowed to have an OJT, before I got my recommendation.
I see.
And now I do now have an OJT. I worked in the purchasing office at the Montana State Hospital.
Okay. You work where?
In the purchasing office.
So now how many jobs are there over at the Montana State Hospital for the inmates here?
I think I've
12 openings.
There's 7 people employed right now. 2 of them work here in the building and 5 on grounds.
But what about job skills. When you go out and you leave here, what kind of work are you going to go out and look for a job?
Well, I went through the business skills class here.
Mm-hmm.
And I learned all the basics about computers and accounting. I think it's really going to be helpful.
So you'll look primarily for a business skills job.
This is where you learn how to be retrained for a job.
Zoom!
Yeah, that's part of that. This area behind you is the actual education area. And this is where they are taught computer skills, GED classes, accounting, different business skills. This is an on-the-job training.
So when they come
to work, this is their job. This is where they're at.
And there are 2 jobs for doing the tickets for the Hammer.
We've had up to 6 people working in that particular industry. But at this time, there are only 2.
Okay. And this is what they refer to as the law library?
Yes.
And the legal clerk is,
Yes.
who knows more about the legal
And the legal clerk receives training from the law school from Missoula.
I lost a screw.
They have students that come in and instruct or bring materials down.
Oh, I read like a bog of red. How often is that training?
From the law school? There's no regular schedule for that. The inmate we have working in here now has been in this position for quite a while, so the training she gets now is just periodically, but not on a set schedule. When someone first goes into the position, they're given a little more intensive training. College classes in the College of Great Plains.
Really? Is it? You can work with that sewing machine like that?
Yeah. Even though my personal preference for an administrator of a women's prison would be another woman, I feel Steve McCaskill has done an excellent job in the 10 years he's been here. Given the facility and budgets he's had to work with, he has not failed us, his staff, or society. Rather, it's the government red tape, the dragging of feet, and the procrastinators that have failed us all. In view of the increase in population, deterioration of the building, inadequate funding, he can no longer provide a safe and healthy environment for any of us, and that includes staff. A new and larger facility is badly needed and long overdue. We realize relocating the Women's Correctional Center will put hardships on staff members who cannot or won't move out of this area. But unless this community is able and willing to provide the services needed, there is no alternative. I personally think we have an excellent programs and excellent staff providing the services. But while I regret the inconvenience staff will incur by the move, I am not willing to continue to live under the conditions we're living under just in order to provide jobs for people. The programs we have are good ones, and those providing the services are doing the best they can, but they are stifled by the lack of space and the conditions of the facility. We need to keep the programs and staff we have, but need room to expand in order for everyone to reach their full potential. We are now seeing an influx of older women into the system. Our needs are different emotionally and physically. We may not have to worry about raising our family and supporting them.
but the majority of us older women incarcerated are either divorced or widowed. We are our sole means of support. As we age, we tend to feel helpless, and our sense of usefulness leaves us. We also know even if we remain healthy, the chances of us finding employment that would enable us to support ourselves are almost impossible. Some of us are no longer able to do the same type of work we were doing, if we can work at all. The thought of going from one institution to another, such as a nursing home, is very frightening. We hope what you've heard here today will convince you that a new women's correctional center, as well as more community-based programs, are badly needed. Thank you for giving us a chance to express our views.
Currently, I started the position for chemical dependency counselor in August of '92, and from that point on, I was hired to. I felt, in being hired to that, to construct a female-modeled program that would eventually be state certified. That is a large job for one person, because I also at the same time am doing the treatment for that. I have graduated one group from a 3-month program. The program currently is 3 months of intensive care, 3 months of aftercare, which deals with relationships and codependency and other recovering issues. And we also have a 3rd phase, which is relapse. That I am at times overwhelmed with that, yes, and does it have a lot more work to be done to make this program sensitive to women's needs? Yes. Do I think it's possible to create such a program? Yes, and I am hoping to have it certified within a year. That is a new type of model. Most treatment centers are based on a male model program that we work with right now, is that's very low, and to try to achieve a worthwhile program, the means to do that really are not there.
Those look like others. We'll just use one side, Mom. Let me see, Riley. Yeah? Like Leo's do one side, I think.
I need to open it for you. Okay.
Natural woman's on this tape too. 60s and 70s music.
Thanks. I think this is the first time in my life I ever had a lectern that was the right height. Usually they're about here, and you know, after you get 40, if you have your if you have your print there's no way you can read it. This is great. So it's great to be here, and it's really great for the Montana Human Rights Network to bring me in for this little tour that's going to several cities and ends up in Bozeman for Pride this weekend. And I wanted to just say a second about a couple of things about Bozeman. I did a radio interview this afternoon, and the lead question was from a sympathetic person, was actually a provocative question to get me going, and it was lots of people are saying that to have such a thing as a Pride gathering or parade was destructive to values and was unpatriotic and anti-American. And what did I think about that? And so this is going to start this speech with vision, and then we're going to go somewhere else and come back to vision again. And I said, well, I think that to have a Pride gathering fits right with the dream that we have had in this country for democracy. That many of us, for a long time, have dreamed that there could be a place that was not exploitive, that was not exclusive, that included everyone, that everyone had a place, that everyone could be whole, everyone could be complete. And so to have something called Pride would be a wonderful thing, so that people could help those who suffer from undue ignorance, who suffer from undue prejudice, to open a little bit to understand how many kinds of people occupy this land at this point. And that it's a time that all of us should be celebrating. Every time a group stands up and says, we want you to recognize that we are here too. That we are part of this, we all belong here. Like that wonderful t-shirt that says, we all belong here together. That's why we would have a Pride celebration in Bozeman. The title of my speech tonight is Seeking Liberation in the Time of the Right, or a grim tale of recent times and where we might gather hope, I think, at the end of this. So I'm going to talk about bad news first and go to good news. As Ralph mentioned, I've shifted my work over the last few years. I spent most of my adult life being a community organizer, and then sort of ended up being a writer and theorist. And for the last 4 years, since the Oregon and Colorado ballot initiatives, I've spent almost all my time looking at the right, thinking about the right, writing about the right, investigating them, sickening myself with the right. And I am sick of it. But what I feel more strongly than ever now is that we have to defend ourselves from the right because the encroachments are so fierce. But we really have to create a progressive agenda and progressive vision that offers people something that they can attach themselves to, something that provides possible answers to the problems that we're dealing with at the end of the century. And if we do not, if we don't get the progressive movement or the left in a place where it can present this vision, I think the right will totally eclipse what we have known to be democracy. So that's why I'm going to go with the bad news first and then go to that vision. So these days I focus a bit more on how to develop that vision. Can everyone hear me? I have great acoustics here.
Can you speak up a little?
Well, speaking up, for me, I don't have great timbre to my voice, so I can raise my voice a little bit, but I don't know that it will help you. So there are 4 more seats up front, and also you can just gather on up as close as you want to, and just circle right up here. We own the room for the night, and you can take personal power to move in any way that you like to make hearing better. But this is about the best I can do. Is this, for those of you in the back, is that all right? Okay. But I'm a Southerner, and I tend to drop off at the end of a lot of sentences. It's not the best habit, probably. But what I want to talk about is basically stuff that I've been struggling with and trying to figure out this particular time that we're living in. And so I'm looking at the growth of the right, that's been what seems to be rapid in the last few years, but it's actually been developing, since, well, at least certainly since the campaign of Barry Goldwater, and stronger in the 70s and then in the 80s and on up until today. But rather than focusing on the 70s and on the 80s, I want to focus on the 90s and look at the kind of successful organizing that's going on now, and to try to sort of break that down just a little bit for us to think about. And I want to talk about 4 areas where they've been so terrifically successful. And I think that in looking at those, we can sort of see where we need to think more about vision and what our point of view is. And these 4 areas are where they have had such success in organizing white people around racism, organizing heterosexuals around homophobia, organizing men around gender, and organizing middle-class people around economics. And they have been successful in every one of those areas. And what they've managed to do by taking that approach is they've managed to put people together in a larger pool than they ever would have if they'd taken just one of those positions. If they'd opened on just one position and said, okay, we're going to stick with this, then lots of people were falling off the side. But what they did is they took something that cut across a lot of different areas. So let's just take those one by one. I'll start, since we're in the month of June, as the columnist said in a nasty little article about the Asian Pacific Islander group in Oregon a couple of weeks ago, that they had an oral history exhibit that is to be presented in Gay and Lesbian Pride Month, formerly known as June. So I thought that was a nasty little bit. So formerly known as June, here we are in the month of Pride. So I'm going to start with organizing heterosexuals around homophobia and the success that's been done with that. And to look at that, we're going to have to go to racism pretty rapidly, and we're going to have to go to sexism pretty rapidly, and we're going to have to go to all of these pretty rapidly. So let's just start with the ballot initiatives of '92. That I think for many people, there wasn't a full consciousness of how heterosexuals were being organized, not so much just around homophobia, but were being organized around whiteness as well. And I think that slipped by a lot of people because the attack seemed so vicious and so directed at lesbians, gay men, bisexual, and transgendered people. So that when we had ballot initiatives that were talking about no special rights for homosexuals, now the language of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgendered is not the language of the right. That is the language of progressive people. Their language is homosexuals. But when they started saying no special rights for homosexuals, they redefined civil rights in this country within about a year's time to get virtually everyone to think that civil rights equaled special rights. And where they got that language is actually they dipped over into the reaction against the civil rights movement, that kind of anti-civil rights movement reaction that was occurring, had been occurring all through the 70s and through the 80s. And that was that language. This was not new language for lesbians and gay men. This was old language, and it was the language of racism. So that prior to those ballot initiatives, you had David Duke saying that his campaign slogan was equal rights for all, special rights for none. David Duke from Louisiana, Klansman, still selling Klans literature out of his office while he was running for office, denying that he was a Klansman. Equal rights for all, which is blasphemy from his lips. Special rights for none. So that when they ran the anti-gay and lesbian initiative, they were able to reach over into the history of racism and pick that up. And then they set up those initiatives in such a way that they first talked about that homosexuals should not have minority status. Now this is a word we didn't even know what meant, this minority connected with the word status. But the important piece of that was the word minority. Then they said we're not to have affirmative action or quotas. Now, I and people like Diane Sands over here have been doing work a long time, locally and nationally. And Diane, had you ever heard anybody in the lesbian and gay movement ever say we wanted minority status or affirmative action? Me either. Not anywhere, any place, any time in the last 20 years, last 25 years had I ever heard that. Suddenly here it is saying we must deny it to these people. So why would they say affirmative action? Why would they say minority status? Because both of those words are connected to race. Both of those words. Minority raises the idea of race, doesn't raise the idea of women for most people, it raises the idea of race. And affirmative action, again, raises the idea of race. Then they said that for people to get these special rights, by now, got people thinking not civil rights, but special rights, that you would have to deserve them. It would be, and you introduced the word deserve based on good behavior. And they linked then lesbians and gay men to pedophilia and the ballot initiatives. Taking this sexual abuse of children and linking it over to lesbians and gay men as the perpetrators, as sexual predators. So you've got race, and then you've got the idea of deserve, and then you have the idea of good behavior, and then the final part is that it should be put to the vote. For many of us, we got the fact that it was an effort to dismantle the civil rights movement, the gains of the civil rights movement. What we did not understand at the time, that it was preparing the ground for the anti-affirmative action attack, that it was preparing the ground for anti-immigration. Because what happened at the same time, at the same time you see that happening, here comes the bell curve. Does everybody remember the bell curve? That little treatise on eugenics? Where what you have presented in that is the notion that people of color, by their very makeup, have a proclivity for crime and criminality, i.e. bad behavior. At the same time, you have the tremendous growth of talk radio and hate radio, and the constant message coming from it that all of the social issues of our time are related to race. And let me just name you some of those social issues. Welfare, racialized, is it not? You're not led to think, in the discussion and the images of welfare, to think about white people. You're led to think about people of color. Immigration, I do not believe that is about Europeans. It is about people of color, clearly. Drugs, affirmative action, we're talking about the hot button issues of our times. Schools, how's that racialized? This is interactive speech. Pretend like you're on the internet. How's it racialized? Busing. That what has destroyed the schools, the problem with schools is the inner city schools. The problem is integration of schools, where you have children of merit, i.e. white, sitting with children lacking merit. Public services, which leads you then to anti-taxation. Teenage pregnancy, and then the big one of this period, this decade that we're in, is crime. Would you say it's racialized? So here you have two strong issues running side by side in the 90s. And what you have with the anti-gay and lesbian track is a fast track to move not only the organizing of white people and the oppression of lesbians and gay men, but the redefinition of civil rights, the attack against democracy, and the absolute attack against people of color. Is everybody with me? Now you need to stop me in this. We can't have discussion during it, but you could just say, either slow down, because I want to take my watch off here and try to do all that. It's always a bad sign when you see a preacher take a watch off, but I want to take it off. So the racialization of those issues through both ballot initiatives and through the media, this is constant press, is that racialization, has led to a very, very strong anti-people of color sentiment in this country. And it's very closely linked not both to social problems as well as to economic problems. So, and then you have the same thing with women. And you began to see the organizing of men around sexism, both through the backlash against the women's movement, through lesbian baiting, the baiting of feminists. You remember the whole thing around feminazis, the attack against clinics. I think the attack against welfare is very much about women. The attack about teenage pregnancy is very much about women. But I wanted to focus just for a minute on Promise Keepers, since I can't talk about it. Was that a leap? Is everybody ready to make that jump? There, I think you see the prime example of organizing men around sexism. And I'm not going to go into that in great length, but I want to go into it for a little bit. For those of you who don't know, are there people here who don't know about Promise Keepers? Do you know that this is a major movement, a Christian men's movement, and it meets, it's organized by former Coach McCartney out of Colorado, and the Christian Coalition, Focus on the Family, there's one other group, I guess can't bring up the other name for it. Christian Coalition, Focus on the Family, McCartney, it'll come back to me, of organizing meetings in stadiums around the country for men to gather and to make promises to Christ, to be a greater presence in their communities and to be a greater presence in their homes. Well, I don't know about you, but as a feminist, I've wanted that forever. I want that. I want men to be a greater presence, have more responsibility, to be, more there in community and in home, but not from a sexist point of view, and from a point of view of equality, point of view of sharing. And in watching Promise Keepers, and they're very much watched by people who monitor the right at this moment, it's been very, very hard to talk against them. Because the men who go there don't go there necessarily out of the hatred of women. They don't go there out of the hatred of the women's movement. They go there out of tremendous need, out of feeling that something's really, really wrong with the society and looking for answers. And they go there because they feel a lack in their lives, I believe, for those places to bond with men, where it's not just for sports, but they do go to a place where they feel comfortable because of sports. It's very, very smart to put them in the stadium. Go ahead. This is what I tell you, it's interactive. You can yell out, do whatever you want to. But what are they taught when they get there? I went to the Promise Keepers meeting in Eugene, Oregon last August. 35,000 men and 10 progressive people that I know of. The 10 that we organized to take in, 5 men, 5 women, half people of color, about half lesbian and gay. Turned out to be that way. And it was a remarkable sight. I was very, very happy to have witnessed it. And it's very, very, very moving. They have employed some of the best understanding of psychology that we have available. Some of the best understanding of programming that we have available. It's like think of the best rock concert that you have seen programmed, with beautiful staging, huge screens, great music. Almost everybody on stage is a person of color. Almost everybody in the audience is white. It is fascinating. But what they do is they constantly deliver the message that you are there to learn how to be obedient and to demand obedience from others. Constantly, through music, through word, through message after message after message, that it's the receiving of authority and the delivering of authority. As Christ is to the church, so is man to the family. In 1,000 different ways is that message. Now, the way people look at this goes from everything from the idea that this is just the largest tent revival that has ever been known, that they hope this fall to have their March on Washington, which will be, they assume, about 2 million men, October 4th. You might want to be there, I don't know. So it goes from people who believe that to people who feel that this is the ground troops for fascism. People who feel so alarmed when they see those men stand up and raise those arms, who hear about that authority, the receiving, the delivering, the receiving and delivering, from people who say they have no agenda, no political agenda except that of goodness. So anyway, I will leave you with that as an example of organizing men around sexism. And there's strong, strong anti-gay and lesbian stuff in that as well. And then the final piece is organizing middle class and working people, more working class people, middle class people and above, around class, around economics. And this is done through the anti-taxation movement. I believe that the anti-taxation movement is a direct attack against the poor. It's a direct attack against government. Rather than having a war on poverty at this moment, we have a war on poor people. We do a lot of work around welfare repeal in Arkansas, and we do not dignify this with a lie and call it welfare reform. We believe this is about the destruction, the elimination of welfare, and that we would be unwise to go along with the idea that it's simply about reform. But this anti-taxation movement moves off a message, I think, and this is simplifying a good bit, but it moves off a message that I think talk radio helped us a tremendous amount with, as well as lots of other places. But the idea that there's not enough to go around. There's just not enough to go around, which is sort of what we would call the myth of scarcity, combined with the idea of mean-spiritedness. There's not, on the one hand, there's not enough to go around. On the other hand, you are going to take something from me. And the you in that instance most frequently refers to people of color. And it refers to women. And it refers to children. And it refers to lesbians and gay men. And it refers overall to poor people. That you are going to come get something that is mine and there's not enough here to share. And so I have to hold in closer and closer, and there has to be more of us and them, and we have to protect the us and what we own and what we hold dear and what we see as values and what we have as property and what we have as our fundamental rights. And it is a vicious, vicious message. And with it goes that word deserve that I talked about earlier. You know, this notion that some people don't deserve civil rights / special rights. This also goes with the idea that people don't deserve services. You know, they're just out there, no goodniks, you know, they just don't want to work, they're not like us, they're irresponsible, they're just having babies, they. And that myth of scarcity moves beyond money. It also moves to civil and human rights. That if someone gets civil rights protections, then I somehow lose something. So that message has also been moved. So what we've had on the one hand with the anti-taxation movement is that we cut the money that underpins the government on the state, local, national level, and insist on the cut of services. Everything that meets human needs, to slice that away so that but it's built on that emotion of scarcity and mean-spiritedness, or else it wouldn't move. You know, if it didn't have that emotion driving it, I don't believe that could be achieved at this point. And so the government in this, I was saying at dinner before this meeting, that we're in a peculiar position now. For many of us in the 60s and 70s, we're fighting the government. You know, we're fighting about the role of the state, you know, and civil rights in the Vietnam War. I mean, the government was our enemy. Now, we're like, oh oh my goodness, how even to have and maintain a government is what we're looking at. And what is the role of the state in relation to us and us in relation to it, And there's this attack that erodes it all the time, which is not just about money, it's also an attack against the individuals within it, and then the placement of individuals within it that will carry out these agendas. So what we leave on the national level, at least, and perhaps we'll leave that on the state level as well, a government that does not meet human needs, that does not have the money or the resources or the desire to meet human needs, but instead becomes more and more an arm to control people. And I think that is a very, very scary thought. I said this was going to be a grim picture. And why is that? This becomes a government that deregulates everything, that turns over human services to privatization and to corporations. It's because corporations now stand in control, now are the governance. Globalization of corporate capitalism has moved us to a different plane and to a different world. And that corporate capitalism affects not just people here, it has globalized our lives, both for good or for bad, and very much for bad in the exploitation of people. Why do we have an anti-immigrant issue? It's because of corporate capitalism. It's because capital can go anywhere it wants, unrestrained, unrestricted, unregulated, and people cannot. It may cross any border that it wishes, and people cannot. And then it becomes the anti-tax movement within this country. So you have unfettered corporations. One of the things that Ronald Reagan did with Reaganomics so well was deregulation, so that we don't have the environmental restrictions that we once had. We don't have, the controls on government. And also there's been a shift in the tax burden, so that the anti-tax movement and sentiment rises out of a feeling that has come because more and more of the tax burden has been shifted off corporations and onto individuals. We have the most outstanding example of this in Oregon that you could ask for, and there's been lots of stuff now printed about that. If anyone wants to look at that at any point, you can get it through the Oregon Public Employees Union that talks about how that shift has occurred so that corporations pay very, very few taxes and get great tax benefits just for putting their plant in your town without regulations, so that it becomes an environmental hazard to have it there, it becomes a potential for exploiting workers to have it there. They have that benefit, and yet individuals are paying taxes and not seeing services, and that is a perfect setup for fierce anger. When you say you're going to have to pay more for your property taxes, but you're not going to have your public library. And people say, well, to hell with paying taxes. Or you're going to pay more for your property taxes, and you're not going to get your public library, and you're going to insist on paying for some immigrant kid to get health care. They say, to hell with taxes. So the right in this country, the theocratic right, the new right, in their organizing, which I think is very different from the far right, in their organizing, work well to support the control and the dominance of corporations. What they've managed to do is to divert our attention from what is happening with the corporate takeover of not just this nation, but the global takeover. So that rather than looking at what's happening in terms of downsizing, at what's happening in terms of deregulation, instead of looking at what's happening in terms of the privatization, instead of looking at what's happening in terms of taking jobs into other countries and exploiting people there, and it goes on and on and on. Instead, the right has been able to say the problem is the people who have fought for civil rights and caused such disruption to this society. The problem is women. The problem is people of color. The problem is poor people. The problem is lesbians and gay men. And now the problem is people with disabilities because that ADA is costing us too damn much. And people have focused on that rather than focusing on the extraordinary disparity between the rich and the poor, the growing disparity between the rich and the poor. You ask about how much CEOs in this country make. The latest thing that Share the Wealth put out, which is this great popular education group out of Boston, is that they make 212 times the average U.S. worker, compared to about in the early 60s when that was about 16 or 17 times, and compared to Germany where I believe it's 21 times their average worker, and compared to Japan where it's about 15 times the average worker. So we have this incredible disparity that's going on in a time in which people are feeling totally uncertain about their job stability, about their income, about their way of life, about whether or not they can have insurance, whether or not they can feed their children, whether or not they can get schooling for them. That kind of uncertainty is going on. And yet the message of the time, if you watch the news very much or listen to the news very much, is that we're in a rolling, healthy economy, a great economy that's producing jobs and producing money. What is producing jobs at the very highest levels? I don't know if you all read that article last week about the top 100 companies in the country, what plans they had for hiring people coming off welfare. Did anybody see that? It's a terrific thing. It was put out by the Associated Press, and the headline was, top 100 firms have no plans to hire people coming off welfare. Well, I called the Women's Project the second I saw it and said, duh. We were hysterical. We were like, who thought they would? 17 firms have at least some plans in place to try to hire people coming off welfare. Among those who have no plans, Taco Bell, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Safeway, Kroger. Kroger's a grocery store in the South. I don't think you have it out here. Those kinds of places, as well as high-tech places and that kind of thing. And it had a quotation from the head of the Chamber of Commerce, the national head, saying, well, if you had someone coming off welfare who was, I can't remember what kind, I wish I had the little quotation in my pocket because I thought it was just worth, a what kind?
Chemical engineer.
Chemical engineer, maybe a pharmaceutical company would hire them. Think about it. Think about it. It was incredible. Do you remember other things from that report?
It was bad.
It was bad. But how about the head of the Chamber of Commerce saying that? All of us should get that and put it on a T-shirt and wear it and go see Bill. Say, Bill, now what about welfare in our time and poverty in our time and all that kind of stuff?
One of the most outrageous things is that somebody like that can say that, and it's not outrageous.
Exactly. And do it with impunity. Do it with impunity.
It's normal.
Right. So if you have that, then you have this tremendous growing disparity between the rich and the poor. You have people coming off welfare and not having jobs. And those who do get jobs, I think the sense is now that it will lower the wages of the lowest working tier about 12 or 13%. So there's that in terms of potential conflict and pain. So you have that going on, and you have a government that is under the onslaught of anti-taxation and anti-government sentiment in this country, but particularly anti-taxation, and is systematically refusing to deal with human needs. And instead is becoming more and more a military arm. That its role becomes more and more that of surveillance, that of the invasion of privacy, that of maintaining police, that of maintaining the military, the CIA, the FBI, the development of prisons and turning them over to private corporations, turning social services over to private corporations, turning the national parks, moving more to trying to turn those over to private corporations. It means that if we allow that to happen, the government becomes more and more simply a place that controls people, that does social control. Because if you have the displacement of thousands of workers in this country who are going to have to live off an underground economy or die, and they're being put in jail for participating in an underground economy and all the other ways that they try to survive, then you warehouse more and more and more in prisons. So what we've seen for the last few years is the building of prisons as a growth industry, building of prisons as economic development for communities, and the growth of prisons increasing while crime is going down. Over the last 3 years, crime has gone down. Prisons have gone up. So at this point, that we incarcerate more people than the Soviet Union did when it was still intact and when South Africa was living under apartheid. That is the grim picture. That is the control, the government's job becoming the control of the masses to prevent unrest so that corporate success can continue. We are in a good economy, but where is it going? The top 10% of people in this country own 70% of the wealth. That again comes from Share the Wealth out of Boston. So that is the grimness. Now the question is vision. And this is where we get to the hard part, and I hope that you're going to join me in it, because I will have to tell you, I don't have another half hour of vision. I think this is exactly the problem that we face. But I'm going to tell you what I do think in relation to this. And there's a lot more to be said about this. But I think one of the things that has to happen is that rather than fighting in whatever group we're in terms of identity groups, that's just one piece, to become part of the mainstream that represents this kind of injustice is wrong. I think we have to fight to change what is considered the norm in this country, what is considered accepted political and social and economic life in this country, and say we will not stand with it. That instead, that we will throw our lot with the poor. I think we have to talk about economics as we have not talked about economics in a long time in this country. We have to do analysis and we have to organize. I think people have been afraid since the time of McCarthy in the 50s to talk about economics and this economic system in a very serious way. And we have had some things that were very chilling to make us not want to do that. And one of those things was the Reverend Martin Luther King standing with the sanitation workers in Memphis and being shot down. Of seeing people who held an economic analysis or were moving more strongly toward a tougher economic analysis being eliminated. That has been chilling. All of the McCarthyism was chilling. All of the communism, Cold War, Red Scare was chilling for people to have this kind of discussion. And then it is particularly difficult to do it in a country that runs off rampant consumerism that we have almost all, been led to participate in one way or the other. So it is hard to stand in the belly of that beast and talk about economics in a way that really addresses economic justice and change. So I think we have to say we are for taxation. We believe in it. We are for taxation. We are pro-taxation. We believe in progressive taxation. We believe that people should pay their fair share, that corporations should absolutely pay their fair share. We could change everything around with a fair and just tax system. And we have to say that human needs are of the greatest importance to us. This is about values. This is about values. I think we have to take on the family values stuff. You know, the idea that there would be letters to the editor in the state suggesting that lesbians and gay men are at the heart of society's breakdown or the family's breakdown makes me wild, makes me crazed. You know what I think is one of the major things that's at the heart of the family's breakdown? And I take a very, very broad view of family. People who live together or not, but are closely connected with a sense of responsibility for one another, a sense of connection to one another, common goals, shared affection and feeling, you know, those kinds of things, accountability. I believe there are families in which there is one adult. I believe there are families in which there are many adults. I believe there are families in which people share the same gender. I think there are families where people are of opposite gender. I think there's every kind of combination. But if we believe that family is important, and I think it's critical because it's the first unit of community. It's not because it's important just because of itself. It is not a sacred shrine. It is because we live collectively or we die. And that is the first piece of making that connection, building relationship, is through family. So what I think goes to the heart of it is that we don't have the resources and through the systems of this government and our community and our communities to support and nurture families. I think it is very, very difficult to maintain a family if you do not have time to give to that family. If everybody over 15 in it is having to work one or more jobs, it is very hard to have family. It's very hard to have family when the community is not set up in a way that supports family, when it doesn't have health care, when it doesn't have child care, when it doesn't have those things that make it possible for us to flourish in those families. It's not about who gets married and who doesn't. It's about how do we support each other to make relationship and live in a society where we are inclusive. That's called community, rather than exclusive, which is called private and tight and withholding. That would solve our immigration attitudes too. What if instead of saying those immigrants are going to take something from us, what if we said instead, how can we be good neighbors? What if we said, half the white people in this country seem to be chasing down their genealogy and trying to figure out what ship they came over on. That we respect other people who come over on ships, whether forced or otherwise, and say, how can we be good neighbors rather than what are they going to take away from us? So I think we have to, I have about 5 or 6 other things to say here, but I'm just going to say 2 more. I think that we have to work for an economic and social democracy. And that's why I think that Pride gathering is important. I think it speaks to democracy. It speaks to participatory democracy. It speaks to inclusive democracy. I think that we have to work in coalition with one another to make that democracy, to learn relationships, how to build them, how to maintain them, how to come to understand one another, not to live with such extraordinary ignorance and prejudice and divisions. But the biggest thing for me is I think that we have to make a choice in our lives. And for me, the choice that we have to make is both religious and moral. And I know in progressive circles, those are not terms that people use a lot, religious and moral, but I'm going to use them. I think that we either believe and choose this road, that to believe that people are of equal worth and are of equal value, and therefore should have full access to everything that can be provided to them that enables them to live whole and complete lives. Or else we choose to believe that people are not of equal worth and equal value. And I don't know that there's any in between on that. You don't get to think maybe a little bit of this or a little bit of that. Either people are of equal worth and value or they are not. And if you believe that people are not of equal value and not of equal worth, then what flows out of that is oppression. Everything we know, all of those isms that were talked about earlier, flow from that. Every piece of it. What flows out of the idea of the myth of scarcity and mean-spiritedness combined is scapegoating. And tell me a time in human history when scapegoating has not led to violence. So out of that sense that some people are not as worthy or as truly human as other people leads to that violence, leads to oppression. Out of the other leads to community, inclusion, it leads to democracy. I believe those are moral and religious choices that we have control over, that we can choose which of those roads we're going to walk, which one we're going to put our lives into, which ones we're going to take the risk along the way. And you know, it's a pretty simple idea. It's not complex. Do you believe this or do you believe that? Are you willing to stand behind this or do you want to stand behind that? Where do you want to stand? And probably more importantly, with whom do you want to stand? And for whom are you willing to give up part of what you have been able to gain by chance, by privilege, by gift? Thank you very much. Before we go into question and answer, I just want to say a little bit about the Montana Human Rights Network. They have brought me here and they got me up at 4 a.m. this morning to catch a plane from Portland and led me to think I was going to lose my life over Missoula, and sent me to 2 press interviews this afternoon and a potluck and a speech tonight and more of the same tomorrow and more of the same the next day and speeches on Saturday. And people said to me, why would you do such a thing, busy as you are? And I said, because I love those people. I just love those people. There are 2 groups in this country who are monitoring the right that I have the most tremendous admiration for. It's not to say I don't have admiration for the others, but these 2 are very, very high for me. One is the Center for Democratic Renewal in Atlanta, Georgia, which is an organization that used to be the Anti-Klan Network, and it's based in the most progressive thinking and staffed primarily by people of color, and has done just extraordinary work in that state and around the country. And the other one is the Montana Human Rights Network. I just think that the work that is done here has been done with such principle and such courage and such dignity and such carefulness. And so I would urge you to support it. Now, Ralph looked a little bit, his sights were a little lower than mine. He probably was asked to ask people for a membership. I'm going to ask you for more than a membership. I want you to pledge. I want you to start with $25, that's your membership. Then I want you to do a monthly pledge. It does not hurt. What if all the people, how many we got in the room? 50? 100? I can begin to say. Let's say it's 100, okay? So you start with $25 and you pledge $10 a month. So is anybody with mathematics here? How much is that a year? 120 a year plus 25, so that's 145 times 100. How much we get? How much?
14,500.
14,500, is that right? Can we do that? It wouldn't be bad for one evening, would it? Paul, what are we going to say?
Keep the doors open for about 3 weeks.
I like that. I like that a lot. It would run a special project. It would make sure that you had your newsletter and all of your reports every year. That kind of money would. So, before you leave, there's a little pledge card. There's also a membership card inside your brochure. I hope that you will sign both and make that pledge. People, and another reason I ask you for that is, you know, foundations are not going to save us. Foundations are stretched like this at this point. Ever since the social net has been dropped from beneath people, more and more and more people are going to foundations and asking for money, and it is harder and harder and harder for little groups like the Women's Project in Arkansas and the Montana Human Rights Project to survive, network to survive. So these organizations are going to live or die based on our constituency. The government is not going to fund them. The corporations are not going to fund them. And certainly corporations aren't going to fund them. And the foundations aren't going to fund them to do radical work. Because those foundations are a little too close to corporations in some cases. And the few that are not are just this many. So I would ask you to put that in your heart and take out your checkbook and give the best you can for this. So what I like to do for these, after the talk sessions, is something closer to dialogue than question and answer or Q&A. I was in Seattle, Washington not too long ago, and they said, you know the Q&A group here? And I said, no, who's that? They said, Queer and Asian. Ain't that great? I just love that. People are so smart. So what that means then, instead of asking me a question or my answering every question, anybody in the room who wants to answer that question can. And you don't have to stand up and pretend you have a question and take a statement and put a lilt on the end and a question mark. You can stand up and make a statement. Okay? So those are the ground rules, that we have dialogue. Because there are many people in this room who know this stuff backwards and forwards that I've been talking about as well as I do and better. So bring your own experience to the room and let's see what we can do. Who's first?
Nothing political is correct.
That was a statement, yes. And would you also say who you are? Because I think one of the important things that we need to do is sort of make community by getting to know each other. So if you just say your name and...
I'm John Garrity, and I'd like to make a statement.
Okay.
I'm not queer or Asian. My wife and I were married last summer, and on our honeymoon we marched in Pride Parade in Billings carrying the Unitarian Church banner from Missoula. And the Unitarian Universalist Association nationally has 30 years of absolutely direct supportive statements from a religious, spiritual perspective and a social justice perspective to support of Pride in Montana Human Rights Network. And we're going to march in the Bozeman Parade, and the Sunday morning speaker is a Unitarian minister. The Unitarian Church has many openly gay and lesbian ordained ministers, ordained as such. And we welcome you. We're putting an ad in the Pride newsletter, if they accept it, which I brought some, that lists all 5 fellowships in Montana. We have all 5 authorized and said we support Pride in Montana. And you're welcome in all 5 of our fellowships in Billings, Bozeman, Helena, Kalispell, and Missoula. And you've been welcome for 30 years that these kinds of statements have been made. And we are the 2nd smallest church in America, 200,000 members. The Quakers are smaller than we are. We're a peace church. We have no creed, but we have 7 beliefs here. Starts with inherent worth and dignity of every person. I brought some of these. This is a church plug, both for the fellowship I belong to, but also to make the point that patriotism has been given away to unpatriotic, narrow-minded bigots, and religion has been given away similarly. And I don't think we should do such. I grew up Irish Catholic in the social justice form of that Irish Catholicism, and I found Unitarianism a place to practice it. And I think that it's important for people. I'm not a Republican Catholic, I'm a Catholic in the Unitarian Fellowship. And so I encourage you who are not churched to not give it away. You don't have to come and join our church or any church, but don't give it away to people that use religion that way, because I don't think it's meant to be used. Religion is a form of community, and community is a form of caring for one another. And I'd make another statement, just briefly, about this church. You notice we have Dorothy Day, the founder of the Catholic Workers Movement, and Gandhi and Martin Luther King. That's a drawing by a Catholic nun from Louisiana who worked with the poor all of her life, and minorities. It's a beautiful, beautiful portrait. This is University Congregational Church. You notice Congregational, it's United Church of Christ is the national denomination. Not only have the Unitarians made these statements, but this is an open and affirming church which welcomes gay and lesbian people. It's officially so, one of a few hundred in the 6,500 congregational churches nationally. This is a church that's taken a public stand locally and is listed nationally. And they did this a few years back. And so you know why you're meeting in this church, and you know that the Unitarians and the Congregationalists support you. And thank you for letting me say that.
Since people are talking about the Pride events, I'm on the Pride board, I thought, on Diane's hands, that for those of you who don't know about the Pride event this weekend, I should perhaps tell you a little bit about it. I'm sure there's a few people here who aren't on our mailing list, but should be. The annual Pride celebration in Montana moves from city to city, so it started in Missoula, and it went to Halligan, it went to Billings, now it's in Bozeman. And it's this weekend, and you're all invited, even if you haven't already gotten an official invitation, just show up on Saturday on the main streets of Bozeman at 10 o'clock on Saturday morning is when the march starts and the rally, and Suzanne is the speaker for that rally. One of the things that you should know about what's going on relative to Bozeman, and I think it's similar to what happened in the legislature, is the amount of, more than any other community we've been in, actually, really extremist right-wing activity that's come and focused on that community. They had it last year when they were doing the Sweet Pea Parade. Some of you probably saw in the paper that there was kind of an anti-gay kind of march. This time around, what's happened is that there have been several pieces of literature distributed, two already. One from the Ku Klux Klan in Montana, and it's the guy out of Billings who's down with Great Falls, who distributed a piece of literature in Bozeman that talks about how urging everyone to stay indoors because you can get AIDS from breathing the air, and also clear the skin off and get people AIDS. I think we, like lungs, I think we should have a spitting contest. So that piece of literature has gone out throughout the community, it's been in the press, and then yesterday there was another piece of material that was put under the door of the Emerson Center, and it does go on about all the businesses that have been supportive of gay and lesbian people by putting pink triangles out. So we're talking about doing an economic boycott, basically, that whole thing. So that's pretty much a fairly substantial concern down there about the potentials for violence, because there are people who are really focusing on this particular event. In addition to that, today or yesterday, two people from the Aryan Nation were arrested in Bozeman with pipe bomb material. Now, they may have not had anything to do with this whatsoever, but we all know who live in Montana that there are certainly people out there who have those kinds of intentions. And in fact, these folks are sitting in Bozeman at exactly this time. It's a little bit of concern to me, but is not necessarily directed to this event. But it would really be great to have your support, either in writing, you can write a letter to the editor here, come on down to Bozeman and participate in that. But the thing that concerns me, I guess, and one of the ways I think about this tied to the issues of the legislature, is that it seems to me that in some ways we all need to learn a whole lot more about what's going on with the right. This last week I was with some people up on the reservations, some white people, and talking about the degree of racism up there, and they were just totally shocked. And we were over at Blue Mountain Clinic, and they were like shocked that you had to have bulletproof glass. It's like, these are educated people that I think know what's going on, and yet the reality is that a lot of folks live with in this state are really not ones that most people get. They really don't understand what this agenda is and how it's put together. We need to do a better job of that. But either the majority of the public, I think, are paralyzed by the degree of fear, or they're sort of numbed out by the wackiness of some of the pieces of it. The speaking contests, or the junk in the legislature around public spankings, or the kind of the crazy pieces of it. And so repeatedly, Vivian's Brooke is here as well as the legislator, but we heard a lot of people who just sort of blew off the whole legislative session after the kind of nutty things that were going on and didn't really bother to respond to much of anything out there. And that's really got to change, and we've got to in a very serious and principled and organized way, continue to respond to what the right is doing versus just kind of blowing them off as being either wackos or hoping that they get caught by the police at some point, or that they'll go somewhere else, because they're not going somewhere else. They're here, they're everywhere, and we really need to deal with it. And I'm really glad to have you here.
Thanks, Anna.
Welcome.
Yes.
My name is Doug Wright. I'm a retired federal employee, and I have actually gone to speak to Senator Baucus and told him that I was in favor of tax increases. You looked at me like I was crazy. And when you say that the agenda needs to be taxation, it needs to be progressive taxation, I think you're right on the money. And I think we need to be communicating with Diane and other legislators, and Baucus, and Burns, and even Hill, that we are in favor of increasing taxes. We are in favor of progressive taxation. That we are, in fact, going to go back to where progressive movement came from. That's where we started, was with things like progressive taxation. We need it. The other thing I'd like to point out is we left out one group that's being targeted. We can't afford to have the old anymore.
Can't afford what?
We can't afford to have the old anymore. We're going to cut Medicare, we're going to cut
Absolutely.
Social Security. It would be simpler to simply increase the tax on Social Security.
Right.
That can be done.
Right.
And it would cost our consumer economy that much at its present upbeat scale. In fact, it might help prevent it.
Thanks. Someone else?
I have a couple of questions.
Okay. Okay, you can just stand up so people at least see who you are. Don't be shy. Okay, name?
Just making sure.
Okay.
Okay. They're not really connected that I can see, but maybe they are. Where do you think the initial decision came from to decide that other people were not worth as much as, you know what I'm asking? You said we need to decide that everyone is of equal worth. And where do you think it came from?
I don't know the answer to that. That's probably, it's far beyond me because it's not recent.
I know.
You know, it goes back, you might know this more, someone who speaks from a faith-based perspective. You know, some people would say that it came out of the first forces of evil and, you know, that kind of thing. But I think what we see as time goes on, you know, through history, and what we see now is that you can have a period in which people support people in their best selves, you know, and their struggle for justice and their struggle for equality. And then you see periods in which people are systematically organized to lean toward whatever is worse in them. And I think that is when we have very, very terrible things that happen in human history. I think you see it internationally as well as what's going on here.
Okay.
So I don't, someone else got an answer to that? I don't think there's a pinpoint in time where it started, I think, but
I'm just wondering what kind of experience would lead, you know, would start that trend? Because I'm sure, I mean, I can't imagine that it's inherent in our, you know, as human beings that we have that.
I have to make a comment on that. I think it goes way back into ancient times. Metternich used the principle of divide and rule, as Napoleon used divide and conquer. Metternich and many others have divided peoples. They have had the Cossacks control some other group, then that group goes in and controls the Cossacks. The Russian Empire did this commonly. They would take one ethnic group and use them as policemen against the other ethnic group and so on. That was the way the Tsars controlled Russia. And it was done in the Balkans. That's one of the reasons the Balkans were the Balkans. And they were broken down into all these small states is that they were, and that's what happened in Bosnia, essentially. Serbia. People who were divided by this. It's always an advantage. For example, after the Civil War in this country, the aristocrats of the South were using the poor whites against the blacks. And so they fought racism
Those of us who are, I would agree with that, so those of us who are feminists who come out of the battered women's movement, the women's anti-violence movement, believe that virtually all oppression turns on a wheel of power and control. You know, and so when you have to do an analysis of power, you know, in order to think about dismantling power and control. I mean, if we didn't know it before, we learned it in looking in the relationship of batterers and the victim, and that exertion of power and control over that other person's life, which feeds directly to that point of not believing the other person is unworthy and should be controlled. You know. Second question.
Right. Are groups like the Promise Keepers, were they formed, created by corporations? You were saying that there's a tactic of diverting us from focusing on the real harm which is being done.
I don't believe so, but that's the big question among people who analyze the right now, is how does all of this fold in together? How does the white racist, white supremacist right, you know, the far right, connect to the theocratic right, connect to the corporations, connect to the new right? How do all of those fold together? I take the point of view that they're not immediately linked, but they, it's like a confederacy of groups. I mean, there are national meetings that people monitor that have combinations of U.S. senators and legislators and people very high in business and in the military and, you know, and in religious institutions, all who meet together. So, is it a conspiracy? I don't think so. I think it's organizing. You know, it's a movement. It's organizing. I don't think it's four men in a basement somewhere in suits and ties saying, "Okay, you know, let's take it over. Let's get it done." But I think it's very sophisticated and very smart and very, very highly resourced and financed organizing. But you know what interests me the most is not the leadership, but the climate in us, in our hearts, in our communities, the people who vote, the people who hassle you at the legislature from your constituency, the regular people who carry those pieces that allow us to have a clan, that allow us to have militias, that allow us to have a theocratic right, that allow us, you know, that's the piece that is of the keenest interest to me.
It can allow us to have a Hitler.
Yes.
And some more concentration camps.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We need to think about
that support the death penalty, that support the increase in prisons. You know, all of those things. You know, it becomes kind of a whole. But I can tell you, if we do not provide a vision that gives people hope for change, that offers goodness in it, people in their fear are going to be drawn more and more to that other point of view. Mm-hmm. Now we have to face that. This is, you know, we're not dealing with light issues here. We're dealing with very fundamentally serious issues for the direction of this country and society as a whole. I don't even know what I mean very much anymore in terms of country. You know, I don't know what about national boundaries, you know, all those things. But certainly this country as we know it is at a time where all systems that we have known up until now have been dreadfully impacted and changed. And we have to organize, I think, not to go back to some old way, but to create a vision of what it is we want, which we'll take from the old and the present and the new. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, I live in Brooklyn. You know, your question really triggered something in my mind and I don't know if this group is really being monitored, but there's a group called the American Legislative Exchange Council. It's ALEC, short, and it's very conservative. It proposes very conservative pieces of legislation, and it has a lot of money. It invites new freshman legislators to come to these conferences and shows them these wonderful pieces of legislation. And when you talked about how much of the corporations are part of all of this whole that Suzanne's been talking about,
the pieces of legislation that they show cover the gamut.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they go from corporate deregulation to anti-human rights efforts. And so it's almost as if, you know, you get organizations like that that have that kind of resource and can influence that much nationally. And it isn't really something that I would say that they're connected to, you know, Phineas priesthood or Christian coalition so much, but I mean, formally. But it's like they're a melting pot for a lot of conservative and right-wing bordering types of legislation examples. And they're disseminating that into every state by being able to access these freshman legislators and woo them with the fact that they can now, you know, sponsor legislation that will make their state better. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I hadn't really thought of it in those terms.
And you know, I'm so glad that you and Diane are in the legislature here because, you know, even if you are kept from being able to move a progressive legislative agenda, you know, because of the nature of your legislation, if you weren't there, I don't know where hope would be. You know, people have to look to say, at least there's someone there that I feel has principle and has dignity. And so we have to circle up around you and support you and vote more people in like you, but definitely support. And I mean that those phone calls, those little letters, those little notes, the little outcome if there's a threat to you, all of those ways of support. But we have to quote Jesse Jackson, we have to keep hope alive. You know, we have to keep, and it's a progressive hope, not just hope that things will get better, that I will earn something off the stock market, but a hope that people can live and be differently together. And just to have you all there, to be able to look to say, you know, there's someone who stands not for cynicism, you know, not for exploitation, not for the rich, but for the people. It keeps that little spark going that we then have hope of building on. Yeah.
And I think actually that's one of the biggest keys is that you have, I mean, these groups are all connected by the belief that they are supporting they are supporting corporate structure. They have an interest in that. And some of the groups that don't understand their interest, they're all getting funded for what their projects are. If the left was being funded and the right, that all the right groups are being funded, then we would see all these things happening and seem connected, but you know, it would be the money is connecting these people to be able to put their vision to bring forward what kind of world they want to live in. And I mean, I think people are going to Promise Keepers because there isn't any group of people who isn't uncomfortable with what's happening. You know,
That's right. I'm uncomfortable.
And it determines, you know, are you going to do something about it or are you going to attack someone else? And I think the scariest part about it is that democracy, the one way that we can all participate is being destroyed at the same time that everything else is. And I would like to encourage us to look at the vision that we do all have and just bring it together because I think it does have a vision. I mean, I think it already, we know what it would feel like to live in a world that's comfortable for everybody to live in. Because we try and create that in our personal lives as much as we can. We try and create that all the time. And I guess I have an incredible sense of urgency because, well, when we all should. And I think that one of the keys is to remember that we need to bring those things we want to everybody because people are suffering at a pretty incredible rate. And, you know, we focus on the prisons and certain things, and there's a lot of us that can pretend it's not happening yet, too. And I don't know how to do that without making people afraid. And the only way
It's a very narrow line.
I mean, it's a hard thing to say, okay, we have to act, but anyway, that's what I would encourage us to try and find that. I'm trying to find that balance.
And what is your name?
My name is Andrea Olson.
Andrew. Okay.
Anyway, I'm probably lost.
Okay, I'm going to call on this man behind you in just a second. I just wanted to say one thing in response to that. One of the things I try to do in my personal life is to work on the hardest issues that I can, but to bring joy to that work. I feel like I spent a lot of years where
I would have to say, why would anyone have wanted to join me? I was always tired. I was always gotta do, you know, and sort of grinding along. And I don't think it presented a wholeness that would make people feel like, wow, that's the kind of life I'd like to live. There's a person who has joy, you know? This is a person who has pleasure, as well as looking at with very wide open eyes, very, very hard issues, and is willing to make sacrifices around those. But it's easy, if we don't watch out, I think, to move ourselves to martyrdom or, you know, all those kinds of things. So I think, you know, if we can not make people so discouraged, you know, that fine line you're talking about, by talking about the hard things, and I think the way to keep people from being discouraged is by bringing wholeness, you know. Like, I think we should never have a meeting without food, for example. That I'm a Southerner, I would think that. But, you know, it's that kind of thing. We should always try to figure out, wear name tags, figure out who's in the room. And I tell you what I miss from the 60s more than anything else is music. I miss it so much. I think cultural work is our salvation. I mean, that's the thing that the right also, the theocratic right, does so well. The music at Promise Keepers is terrific. Part of it's country and western, part of it's rock and roll, part of it's this, part of it's that, and it's terrific. But I miss that music. I miss the sitting around fiddling. I miss the singing, the dancing, all that kind of stuff. And we can do that. There's no reason that we should not do it. So I think our theme in the middle of hard times still should be politics and fun. You know, that we should bring that up. In the back, you had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, my name is Terry Stella. Promise Keepers has come up a couple times since you spoke a few minutes ago. The scariest thing about it is that the ethic that you're talking about, where Christ is the head of the church and the husband is the head of the wife, and so that's straight out of the Bible.
Right.
So I heard someone gasp, around the room when you were talking about that earlier. That it's right out of the Bible, and that's what we need to. That's what we're up against.
The book right after that line is, and the slave and the master follows right after the husband and wife, slave and master. So if we can say the slave and master part is not ethical, then how can we keep the two words in front of it and say, well, isn't it? Take it out of context.
Every so often I feel sort of battered by the Bible. I'll finish the talk. The first thing I know, hear somebody saying, in the Bible, I'm like, oh my God, I don't think I can do it. You know? Sometimes I wish I had gone to divinity school so that I would be able to say more clearly than I try to say, well, this is, as you were able to say, this is what follows and this and that. But I have people who, especially around the issue of lesbian and gay, it's just like, but the Bible says it's an abomination of God. And I say, well, what about everything else it says? It is the Word of God written by God's hand. And I just go, well, there are two kinds of people of faith around the Bible. Those who believe it is a great spiritual document, and those who feel that it's the literal Word of God. And it may be hard for those two to come together. I've got somebody that hasn't talked. Is her hand up for you?
Well, actually, did you want to tell me first?
Oh, your hand's up for you. Great. Hi.
She says, hi, I'm Olivia. And I'm Olivia's mom. My name is Ellie, and I have a comment and a statement. My comment is actually addressed to you. I really appreciate the fact that you, as a progressive, raised the issue of where the criminal justice system and the prison builder fits into this analysis, because, and this is the statement first, because I feel like in all this sort of political work and political education that I've done, the hardest work that I've ever done is to get progressives to listen to that issue, to get progressives to engage with that really scary issue of prisons and what prisons stand for, because I think just like most human beings, we're really seduced by, and we're also really pulled created and produced that, you know, our lives are in danger if these perpetrators are out on the street. And I think sometimes when we're wrapped in that fear, we sort of lose our clear thinking about what prisons are really for and what prisons really manage to do. And the fact that most prisons are filled with nonviolent offenders. And so I try not to, you know, go on and on about that, proselytize about that, and instead just kind of name 4 things that I think progressives can do when the issue of prisons come up and their fear is piqued. The first thing is that sometimes communities are a little bit desperate for jobs and economic salvation, and so prison projects and jail projects come to the community. And it's a little hard to be a progressive and come forward in those situations and say, what's wrong with prisons? So I find that sometimes people come and they say instead, we just don't think that it should be in our neighborhood, or we just don't feel comfortable with it. Instead of, you know, just saying, we think prisons are kind of a lousy use of money, because really what they do is they just take people away from their families, they prevent them from being productive citizens and taking care of their families, and they're places where we house poor people and people of color largely, and those people come out usually who've been in prison embittered and harder to get along with. So that's one thing that progressives can do. Another thing is you can take your children with you to meetings of school boards, and where when school boards start talking about why they don't have enough money for books, or they don't have enough money to do this, or keep the special ed people employed, you can stand up and say, well, you know, I wish that we had more money for the schools too, and I think we could have more money for the schools if we didn't keep funding prisons and prison build-ups. And then a third thing that I think that progressives can and should do is that when people start talking about police brutality and the horrendousness of police brutality, is to introduce the idea of community policing. And I think that in itself would really not only change the sort of culture that's been built up in our communities around fear and crime, if community policing is used correctly, but I think it can also be a positive way to insert another worldview about safety, which is that, you know, police brutality exists and it's a rotten thing, and we can kind of go on and on about it because we feel safe as progressives talking about that. But we could also talk about what a positive model of policing would be and how that would reduce levels of fear in our community and make it more possible for us to think about not building those jails and prisons.
Great. Yes.
No, my name is Joe Muslim. I'm certainly in favor of proactive work. That's one reason I'm here. But I have to remind myself that and a few of the others among us, grew up in the last great liberal era. My mother and father were small neighborhood mom-and-pop businessmen, book and stationery store in East St. Louis, Illinois. And my wife's father worked for Monsanto Chemical, an oil rig. And our parents railed at Roosevelt and mocked Eleanor, and thought it was funny, but they were the conservatives at the time. But during our youth, we had our best character defined for us by the negative character of the opponent. As a grade school child, I was handed some propaganda by the Nazi Party in America. It was tossed at me on the street. Mother went right to the FBI with it. The fact is that, and we had a rumor. We took in, it was patriotic to take in boarders then, men and women working in war ordnance factories. And one of ours turned out to be a spy for the Nazis. And so it was all very much home. But again, I say that the enemy defined the best in us, drew forth the best in us. It focused our patriotism, it focused our qualities, it focused our progressiveness. Then came the McCarthy era, and I had to put my signature on the line here at the University of Montana that I was not a communist and would not subvert, yes, exactly. And that I would uphold all of the, sure, all of the laws of the United States and so on. And there again, this anxiety toward an enemy drew forth some of the best in our society, and it came out then in the 60s and 70s. It drew the Vietnam War drew together as the best in American youth. Sometimes to do some crazy and even dangerous things, but it did bring forth the best in us and some progressiveness, I think. And so now I've said a number of times in the last few weeks that sometimes I want to sit down and write a letter to each one of those flakes who wasted the legislature's time talking about irrelevant things. And a representative from our district who in the last legislature proposed essentially that everybody be armed so that we defend ourselves against those who don't agree with us. I would like to write those people a letter and say thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for setting in motion the next great liberal progressive era.
Wow. That's great. Thanks. Okay, you've spoken. Let me get one more. You haven't spoken, have you? You're going to be the last, because I think we need to close down here pretty soon.
I'm reading two hopeful books.
Your name?
Peggy Stickney.
Uh-huh.
That I just wanted to offer
Sure.
to people. At the same time, I'm reading The Reinvention of Work by Matthew Fox and Your Money or Your Life. And both of those, I think, define consumerism and how we are driven by that, and some hopeful, helpful things to follow to get out of that.
Will we be able to get both of those over at the Feed and Read bookstore?
You sure would.
Okay. Anybody else have books to recommend or something hopeful? And we're going to end off on hope here. Okay, so yes.
Alice Walker did a book, just came out, and said, you can save anything you love.
Yeah, beautiful thing. I just got that. Hopeful things. Doesn't have to be books.
We do have Suzanne's books up here, thanks to Freddie's Feed and Read. And, Suzanne, thanks very much.
You bet.
When I was born, it has been, my mother has said that as soon as she left the hospital, that she noticed that I refused to be held. And there has been documentation in my medical records that my autism was evident at 2 years old. but from what my mother has told me, it was evident very shortly after birth. And it was that I refused to be held. It was like I was like holding a sack of potatoes that just was limp and wouldn't respond. And as I got older, when I was supposed to walk and talk, I was a little slow. I was a little slow to walk and a little slow to talk. And when I was still in the crib, I used to oftentimes bang my head against the crib, kind of, well, not exactly bang it, but kind of rock like this, and my head would just sort of bump up against the crib, and I'd do it for hours, up to an hour, maybe more than that, more like hours, a couple hours. And my sister Karen said that I rocked the crib from one end of the room all the way over to the other from banging my head. And then when I started talking, there was, they started noticing problems with my speech. That if I wanted something, I couldn't distinguish between I want something or you want something. I couldn't distinguish between you or I. And like if somebody asked me, do you want a glass of water? And if I wanted it, I would repeat exactly what they said. You want a glass of water. And they call that echolalia because I merely echo what the other person says. I never felt that I liked myself for what I was or who I was. I always wanted to be an animal. And I remember I was walking around with a friend in the neighborhood when I was in Kalispell, like I was an animal on a leash. And my friend would drop candy on the ground and I'd eat it up, lap it up like an animal. I wanted to pretend that I was an animal because I never liked being a person, and I didn't like the way people looked. I didn't like the way I looked. I had a real tough time accepting that. And I remember when my father was reaching out to me when I was in the crib, he was giving me peanuts, but he was talking baby talk to me, but even though he was trying to show love, I didn't feel that I could emotionally respond to it. And I had other behavioral problems as I got older, as well as some mild learning disabilities. I had difficulty telling time. I couldn't read a clock. It was very hard for me, and my mother would get frustrated trying to teach me how to tell time. And in my family, I felt that the atmosphere in the house when I was growing up was very cold and distant. I was also interested in guinea pigs, and I was aware of what that meant to me. When I was little, we had several pets, guinea pigs as pets. And I would develop a fantasy of these guinea pigs where they would sleep in a nest in this house, and in that nest, that bed, there'd be two guinea pigs that would sleep side by side, I saw myself as one of the guinea pigs, and then I saw a neighbor friend of mine as the other guinea pig who was about my age. She was 1 year younger. These guinea pigs would clean each other's ears, and that was one favorite thing that I had because my mother used to always clean my ears and my brother's ears, and that was one of the most pleasurable physical contact that I've ever had with my mother, and I just feel relaxed just even talking about it. And that's what those guinea pigs would oftentimes do, is clean each other's ears, and it was like bringing me back to when I was an infant. And the nurturing that I wanted to feel. My interest changed from the guinea pigs to Tyrannosaurus Rex. And I drew a picture depicting the fantasy of me and my friend Buffy. And I would be a guinea pig, she would be a guinea pig, we'd be in a boat, and we'd be floating in the water. And then all of a sudden something would happen, and then poof, I'd turn into a great big Tyrannosaurus Rex like that with tan skin. Not green, but tan at that time. And then that marked a new phase in my drawings where I did lots of pictures of Tyrannosaurus Rex, and my drawings got very violent. And I would draw pictures of him always in chains and being whipped and beaten and attacked by animals. And the guinea pig Buffy was in the picture with her friends attacking me as the dinosaur. And I would be chained and I couldn't fight back, and I had to just stand there and take it. And there was one scene, you know, how me and Buffy would be guinea pigs prior to all this. Before I got into the dinosaurs, we would clean each other's ears with Q-tips, and it was all real pleasantry, very pleasurable. But then with this Tyrannosaurus Rex, he was chained up, actually she, because it was a female, was chained up and was attacked, and one of Buffy's guinea pig friends would start sticking a coat hanger in my ear and plunging it up and down instead of cleaning it with the Q-tips. His waters living as they flow, in liquid voice the water calls, on thirsty knees a pilgrim falls. There is a road inside of you, inside of me there is one too. No stumbling pilgrim in the dark, the road to Zion's in your heart, the road to Zion's in your heart. I started playing the piano when I was about 10 years old, and that was about the same time I started playing the harmonica and the guitar. And a friend of mine, well, actually we didn't have a piano, so I would go to the neighbors' houses to play the piano. And there was about 3 different neighbors that I've had when I was about 10 years old that had a piano, and I was just getting a little bit better and a little bit better. And then I had another neighbor that moved in who taught me how to play, how to read music. When I was about 12 years old, and one of the first songs he taught me was The Entertainer, and I can only play just a little bit of it. I can't play that very well now. And I learned how to read Scott Joplin's Maple Leaf Rag by myself from what Jim taught me. But there was a part of actually no, he taught me how to play that by ear. And then I finished, there's one last section I learned how to play by reading the music. And the guitar, I learned how to play the guitar when I was a kid because, well, you know, I just wanted to express myself. And my neighbor had a guitar that she broke and she threw in the garbage, so I fetched it out of the garbage and I patched it up, glued it together with Elmer's glue, and I restrung it and tuned it up, and I learned how to play the guitar. And I don't know where I got my first harmonica, but I started playing the harmonica about that same time. And I learned rhythm by beating on garbage cans and ice cream buckets in the backyard, banging on garbage can lids and ice cream buckets for drums. Drove the neighbors nuts. But I learned rhythm that way. And I'm about 31 years old, going on 32, so I guess I must have been playing music for about 22 years now. Jesus, amen. I'm looking for, can you tell oh me where he's gone? Go down, amongst the flower yard, and perhaps so you may find him there. No more, my Lord, no more, my Lord. Lord, I'll never turn back no more. I started out when I was about 10 years old. I always loved making masks. And through the years, I always had built costumes for Halloween. I always wanted to make it by Halloween. And I wanted to add special effects to them through the years, where I would make the eyes move and light up and make their mouth open and close. And usually by the time Halloween rolled around, it never turned out quite right, but it was through years and years of trial and error that I finally got a lot better at it, and I spent more time through the years on my last costume, and it has been my best achievement so far. I was able to make the eyes move and the eyelids blink and the eyes to light up, and I put a speaker in the back of the throat so I could make it roar. And it turned out to be a really good costume, and how I do this is I make it out of foam rubber that I glued together with contact cement, and then I carve it with a knife, get the basic structure, the basic shape using a sharpened kitchen knife, and then I whittle with a pair of scissors to get the more fine-tuned look. I just start trimming like this, and I do it all over, and that's where you can see where the detail here comes from, and here, and everything. And I work at it, and it takes a long, long, long time to do. And once that's done, once I get the detail and the contours that I like, then what I do is I glue nylon pantyhose material over this, and it'll stretch to fit the contour, and then I paint it with liquid latex that I purchased from a theatrical supply company that I order from back east. Okay, these teeth are made out of polyester resin that have been mixed with paint to give it the color that they need, and I'll show you the detail, I take the teeth and then I glue them to the skull piece. I attach them. I get the right color and I paint the whole thing with latex rubber, and sometimes I have to do several coats, and it comes out very realistic. Crying, Lord, Lord, I wonder will I ever get back home? Crying, Lord, Lord, I wonder will I ever get back home? Ooh, Lord, Lord, I said now, Lord, Lord, I wonder will I ever get back home? Crying, Mama, 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 crying, Ken Hayes killing I said crying, can't eat mama, Centralo's killing me. When I was about 12 years old, I was just into my dinosaurs and stuff. I had a neighbor who lived across the street who came from New Jersey, and he had a degree in psychology, philosophy, and music. He had graduated from the Juilliard School of Music, and he also had a degree in politics, and he was one of the best friends that I've ever had. When I first met him, when we were talking, I remember I was asking him about porcelain, if that would be good to use to make teeth, because at that time I was trying to find the right materials to make the masks. And Jim and I were talking about that, and he was planting trees, and I wasn't really interested in him at the time, but boy, I'll tell you, shortly that relationship just blossomed. And he taught me songs on the piano, and he got me to read books. He basically educated me, and he was such a good friend. And I learned so much, and I wonder what I would ever have done without Jim. And he taught me how to think very deeply and even question religion, because I was brought up as a Catholic, as a strict Catholic. And it was a good thing that he taught me how to question, because it frees up my thinking. And then several years later, my sister Patty converted me, because at that point I was an agnostic. I didn't really believe in God. But my sister Patty got me to get back into religion. So I went back into religion. I had, again, developed a faith in God because of Patty encouraging me to. And that, combined with being objective and philosophical and analytical, helped me to see things at a much broader perspective, not in a narrow religious perspective or even a narrow spiritual perspective when you get too intellectual. But when you put the intellectual with the spiritual, your thinking expands beyond belief, and it is really, really neat. Jim has taught me so much. He's just been a really wonderful friend. And my aunt and I have been very good friends too during this time. And in my family there's been a lot of problems. I've had a history of mental illness. My brother had committed suicide because of depression, and then I had two sisters that were frequently hospitalized for severe mental illness. And I wondered why I have all these problems in my family, and maybe there are some things that I may never fully understand about the causes of this. It's very difficult to deal with mental illness unless you have a very deep faith in God. Mary wore 3 links of chain, and every link was Jesus' name. Keep your hand on the plow, well, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Keep your hand on the plow, well, hold on. Paul and Silas were locked in jail and had nobody for to go their bail. Keep your hand on the plow, well, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Keep your hand on the plow, hold on. Paul
I'm going to start with some poems from a collection that I put together when I was working on my thesis a couple of years ago. The collection as a whole is called The Weather, and I'm going to read about 8 or 10 poems from that and then move on to some newer ones. The first one is called Paradise. You have to watch out for the past. Where are we right now? Outside the Dixon General Store, Kevin and I eat fried fruit pies. Sundays, the Dixon bar is closed. Where are we right now? Across the bridge, Paradise, population 300. I'm not thinking what paradise could mean, except that the striped cliffs lead us in. The green river matches the green of the sky in the east. Hail. What is hail in paradise? Ice, like anywhere else. Kevin says, I could live here. Paradise has 2 bars, both open. If I were Kevin, this poem might be about irony. He would tell me, you should have left that deer skull where you found it, instead of taking it to paradise in a paper bag on the seat between us. He might try to make me tell him why I wanted it. Of what were you made? Of dust. I could make up something good enough about the permanence of bone. Where are we right now? You know what I mean. It would be worse to take it and then put it back, he said. This ending is too easy. Go back to paradise. I almost forgot this was not Kevin's poem. Never mind the deer skull. He said we might reach escape velocity. We talked about what would happen. This poem is in 2 parts. It's called Money Tree. 1. The branches clack. The pods rub together, dry and transparent. Most have 3 seeds inside. I've sat all afternoon peeling the layers, gathering the seeds in a little pile on the rail. 2 crows peck the frozen ground. The body is divided exactly in 2 by the limbs, by the lines of the chest and back. A train passes. I run my hand down my spine. It is farther than it looks to the edge of the yard. 2. Last night a woman touched my hair. I can't stop thinking about it. A man took my hand. I'm trying to call all of it back. I walked across the bridge. The wind was cold. Pigeons flew off the roof of the movie house and out over the river. I walked with my arms folded. In the bar, the late afternoon light was shining through the open door and the windows, glowing across the wooden floor. I remember now that this is how most things start, in a light I know, and then come the bodies and the hands. This one's called Buckshot. Sir, allow me to say the moon was full. I'm sure you'd rather I didn't. Allow me to say the moon is full on every canvas stacked in his closet. Lean close so the tip of your waxed mustache brushes my cheek. Your name is Buckshot. You are a tattoo artist. Pronghorn, not antelope, he said. He handed me a vial of litmus paper. When I woke in the dark, he sat smoking. The dog's face glowed at the window. I thought I was a ghost. Yes, sir, a little melodrama. It's simple geometry. Turn enough corners and you're back where you started. Little boys roast potatoes over fires in the gutter. But a pyramid, there's one thing I don't trust. Say, I hate it when the girls cry. The outline hurts more than the rest. Who was it who wanted to be a priest? Hey, don't you remember how all this started? You went to get your first tattoo from a girl whose hair smelled like almonds. Ghost Town. This is what you believe in. Dry veins and bottles still waiting on the table. You choose a room in the hotel and hang the lamp on the wall. Your reflection wavers in a mirror. In the dim light, your eyes are open minds. I refuse dead ends, abandoned beds with mushrooms growing through the mattresses. While you sleep, I walk the hallways, nailing horseshoes to the walls. trying on dresses threaded with cobwebs and the scent of mothballs and lavender. A shaft finally opens. I clear away the porous earth and piles of timber. Between here and town, bodies huddle in a tunnel, glowing and heavy as gold. It takes all night to carry them out, and they turn to dust at the first touch of air. When I return to you, phosphorescent from their hands, you will remember the dark place where I have held you, the trails of light I have left on your skin. This one's called Not in Awe. I've been trying to say something straightforward. At the lake, we sat on the dock. I drew on the boards with chalk rocks. We watched the island. In my clearest moments, I see things that aren't there. He turns his back to the window. An old man behind him looks in. I don't mean to be mystical. We shared a chocolate bar, a can of corn. Where is my persona? In my red gown, I follow him along the railroad track. He leads me by the hand, but I keep slipping, missing steps. I lie down, there, I'm safe. I want to make an analogy between myself and Ireland. It doesn't work. The sun's not up, and already the preacher is out on the corner. Already I am suggesting guilt, at least indecision. It would be comfortable now to enter an alternate universe. I could let a man in a turban appear and say, "Don't eat the white berries." I could express concern about businessmen. No, it's not like that. He is more afraid of his grandparents dead than I am. This one's called Silk Trick. I used to work in a magic store, and I learned a lot of tricks there. The man at the door has plucked and cleaned a pheasant. He offers it to me, his hand smeared with blood and feathers. Today my scars hardly show. When he asks my name, I say, Vanessa. I wedge the back of a chair under the doorknob and hang blankets over the windows. I have 2 beds. I take him to the one for sleeping alone, but I lie down beside him. In the morning, he wants me to tell stories. How will you know what's true, I ask. I uncrumple my piece of red silk. It flutters, nearly transparent. I make it vanish and reappear. He asks where I learned how. I tell him I can't remember. He grabs my hand. I don't know if he's the same man as last night. His eyes are darker. The house is quiet. Every now and then the clock skips. He turns his face against my palm. What are these days called? These days I can't find on the calendar. This poem was in Cut Bank last year. It's called Jakarta. I remember this street. I remember the plaster wall where I stopped to rest. My fingers throb. In the fighting, a bullet grazed my ear. That day we walked in the forest, he quoted Keats. She stood in tears amid the alien corn. I stood in tears while he poked the dead tiger with a stick, lifted the black gums to expose the teeth. Una babe, he said, that's what stung you. He smeared green ointment on my hand. In the bar, I hardly recognize him. He orders a martini. He still has the stick, the end coated with tar. When I was a baby in a bar like this, they gave me wedding cake. They beat drums. It's my birthday, he says, the day of the dead. I don't care, I tell him. Where's the dictionary that used to be on the bar? I used to know more words. He takes the maps from his pocket and spreads them out. Los Dios de Muertos. Send me some red leaves from home. Show me some grief. These next 2 poems are related to each other. They were originally just called Dialogue Number 1 and Dialogue Number 2. And I sent Dialogue Number 1 off to the Midwest Quarterly, and the guy wrote me a note back accepting the poem and suggesting some changes, and one of the changes was that he wanted it to be called something other than Dialogue Number 1. So now it's called Dialogue Number 1, The River. The man came to see the caverns. I put on my miner's hat and led him out across the field. He ran his hand along the dripping wall. Stop, I said. I gave my lecture about minerals. I'd cracked pecans all day. My fingers were sore. I could tell he wanted to stay for dinner. He offered to reach into the stream and catch an eyeless fish. I was touching the switch. I could have turned the lights out any time. Then he wanted to see the bottomless pools. I broke the ice around the edges with my toe. He skipped a rock across the surface. It landed on the other side. What do you think? I asked. He asked if the pools were really bottomless. I told him I dreamed I could pull the river up and cut it into strips like ribbon. And this one's called Dialogue Number 2, The Model. Stop hiding, I said. The corn was taller than I was. Each day I measured its growth with a string. I was working, from memory, on a papier-mâché model of his head. When I smoothed down the last strip, I put it out I put it out in the sun. The corn tassels waved. At night, the papier-mâché was dry. The moon had a blue cast that he said scared him. He sat still while we compared the likeness, the blue shadow the model cast on the dirt, his blue shadow. I traced its outline. I traced my fingers over his face. He asked to see my tools. I showed him the lead pellet, the tangle of purple yarn. I went inside to get the blue bottle shaped like a woman. But when I got back, he was walking among the stacks of tread-worn tires. I put my hands on the cool surface of the model. Come out, I said. I want to be sure I have it right. But I really meant I wanted to unwind the white strips from the wire frame until it was just a blank oval. I wanted to start over. Now I'm going to move on to some newer ones. Most of the ones that I've written over the past year, and I'm going to end up with some very recent ones. This one's called Lily Lake. We're trying again. I know the road, its giant trees and patches of daisies past their season, brown centers swaying on brown stems. Today the angle of falling light is exact enough to measure. I'm thinking of options. I'm telling myself I don't have to go back to anything, which is different from having nothing to go back to. A man stands at the window, his hands against the glass. I don't know if he will turn around. I'm standing in the doorway waiting, watching the iguana in the glass tank on the piano, half brown, half green, watching the solid-looking clouds. Nothing moves. I've been here before, across the unmarked border. One state, another state, one man at the window. I can't get close enough to the lake to see my face. The ground is elastic. I'm walking on water, on a crust, a stretched skin. Now tell me whose large bones those are in a scattered pile beside the uprooted tree. Tell me when we crossed over. This next poem is also a border poem. It's called Tattoo. We are almost to the border, our truck full of 6 women and the black dog that belongs to the driver. We are playing cards, trying to hold them concealed as the truck swerves around potholes, bounces out of deep ruts and back in. Weeds spark in our wake. I've got a good hand. In the rearview mirror, the driver winks and smiles. Who would think of cheating now, when we are this close? The driver says we will be there just after the second ridge, the one shaped like a man reclining. I pet the dog and call up diamonds. We pass a meat shack, whole pigs hanging fat and skinless. We pass around the red lipstick. The driver watches us put it on. He stops the truck, the ridge still beyond us. In the thick dust, the others lay down their cards and disappear. The driver takes hold of my arm. He gives me a cloth to wipe my mouth. I know I am supposed to be silent. he's going to remove my tattoo. These are a couple of truck stop points. The first one's Texas. It's true, I'm wondering about the Texas license plate. The car hasn't moved. Knapweed blooms around the half-flat tires. I'm wondering about the driver. This morning I thought I saw him standing out in the light rain, hat pulled low over his face. I held my breath the way I would passing a graveyard. I raised my feet from the floor. I'm sitting here drawing Texas on a napkin, remembering the truck stop where from separate tables we talked on the phones in the booth. I scraped lipstick from the tube with a toothpick. In the parking lot, a car caught fire. A man in a fireproof suit sprayed the flames with foam in the dawn light. Now I'm walking out into the field. I wipe mud off the license plate. My keys jangle. I sit in the driver's seat and try each one. When I get it right, I drive in widening circles. I crush the tall grass and watch how quickly it springs back. Truck stop elegy. We're back at the truck stop. The man with me tonight writes his name in the snow on the hood of the green Volvo. He starts telling a story. During the hurricane, he says, we couldn't leave the house. We listened to old country songs and lists of cancellations. My brother and I got drunk in the kitchen. The waitress stands by our table. She adjusts the pink carnation in her buttonhole. I can't decide what I want. Driving down the long hill, I ate grapes from the man's hand. Sometimes, when I reached without looking, I took hold of his fingers instead. It's midnight. We sit in the silence of falling snow and the sound of engines idling, trucks gearing up or down. A little boy drops a coin into the saddlebag of a mechanical donkey. I call the music it plays Truck Stop Elegy because it sounds so hollow, like a beehive, a rotten log. It sounds like words out of context. It sounds like the burning in my lips after he kissed me, my mouth full of a raw emptiness. In the gift shop, I buy a pair of rubber shower thongs the exact shape of my feet. He spins a postcard rack. It squeaks. Dust flies off. He wants to kiss me again. I walk back to our table and pick up the phone. I dial my own number just to hear it ring. Lake Lure. Some things need to be unrequited. How else did I end up with him, eating barbecue out back of the abandoned house, swinging our legs off the ledge where the porch drops off into a tangle of briars, mountain on one side, Esmeralda Inn, Honeymoon Inn on the other. One night driving around Lake Lure, I swerved around two men sitting in the middle of the road. They didn't move. The green paint on the inn is lighter than the trees. We could go up there. We could ask for the dessert cart, add our names to the guest book. We could flip the pages all the way back. In the car, I grip the wheel hard. 3 pumpkins roll on the floor. I think I see smoke rising from Chimney Rock. We cross the creek that flows off the mountain. We pass the beach, the bar, the row of motorcycles along the curb. We pass the shaded coves, the crooked docks, the orchards. It's too cold to swim. It makes me want to. Along those same lines, this one's called Unfaithful Pastoral. This is all going to go away. The sound of water in the half-frozen creek, the sound of wings. The crows will stop laughing. The coyote scat, full of clumps of hair, will crumble into earth. Right now, I'm going to sit here and try to forget I'm part of a long tradition. Snow covers the meadow in wet patches. Beaver stumps poke through, nod to points. Near the logs of an old foundation, a water tank has rusted to red lace, the color of the bushes along the creek, its eyes faintly green. The 2 white horses gallop to the end of the meadow and stop, winter coats shaggy, breath and mane streaming. I remember exactly what the man driving his truck along the tracks through the tall grass told us weeks ago. They're their own horses. They belong to themselves, identical except for the black bird landing on the back of one, and they won't let anyone near them, not the hunters who bring them loads of hay, not even us, walking up as close as we can, small apples in our outstretched hands. Postcard of Wyatt Earp. I take the oboe out of its case and put the reed in my mouth. The half moon turns the snow in the trees and on the tarp-covered trampoline blue. The cats wake up early. They thump against the underside of the porch and cry like babies. I taste the pink stain of lipstick on the reed and smell the cork, the chamois cloth. The lamp flickers on and off. I fit the oboe together. The cats moan. The only thing asleep around here is the pig, snug against the house in an insulated pen. Now that you're gone, I remember what I've been meaning to tell you. The way sparrows pecked at ice and dead leaves while 2 boys stole change from the parking meters. I'd be good at that, breaking glass, letting nickels and dimes pour into my hand. I'm saving things to tempt you. A leather belt embossed with the name Gerald, which is not your name. The rusted panhead engine out in the shed. A photo of myself in a halter top and jeans. I can't get a note out of the oboe. I know just what I'm missing. I know how long the sun will take to rise and make a nearly horizontal half circle. Meanwhile, the oboe shines in the flickering light like a dark eye, and the pig begins to grunt in her hay-lined pen. This poem is about my grandfather, I think. It's called Suspension Bridge Over an Unnamed River. We know that once the river had a name. A man tapped a rock with a small metal hammer, and it broke into a geode, and the green crystals caught the light like the eyes of an animal deep in a cave, like the eyes of a man deep in a mine. Now the river runs slow, its smooth surface broken by boulders. The bridge sways. I've got to say how things are for me, outside the story, in the middle of the story. There was a dress in a catalog I wanted. There was a child pressing a bottle cap into the mud, making designs. Maybe everything takes place in time, but time doesn't imply order. The fault in the rock, the man blinking in the sun, the fluttering of a hymn printed with violets. A truck slows down to turn onto the bridge. It is dusk, and in town men and women are dancing, scuffing the wood floor, their faces lit by red and blue neon. First of all, a man like that, he'd be no one you know. He'd show a little girl how asbestos strips apart in fibers like meat. He'd catch a blue lizard sunning itself on a rock. None of us are anyone you know. The man turns too sharply and the truck fishtails, bumps against the railing and stops. He believes panic grass was named for the sound the wind makes blowing through it. The bridge trembles. He gets out of the truck and stands facing downriver, waiting for things he threw in upstream years ago to float under and come out on the other side. I've just got a few more. The next 2 are a couple of bear poems, both of which are the product of my overactive imagination. The first one's called Bear Number 1. He has been baiting the bear. From the top of the cliff, I see the pile of rotting apples, the flattened grass. The sun moves behind brown clouds. The air is full of yellow leaves and crows drifting down. I spend entire mornings searching out patterns in frost on the window glass. I sleep entire afternoons while he waits in the blind, his legs and back growing stiff. We are each single-minded. He carries bushel baskets from the orchard to the base of the cliff, and the bear keeps coming back. I can't decide if it is better to have too much or too little faith. In my long sleeps, the roads all turn to rivers. He can't wake me. I struggle upstream over slippery rocks. The bear begs for just one kiss, and I always give it. My hands sink deep into the bear's thick coat and never reach skin. This is called Bear Number 2, San Francisco. And there's a lot of San Francisco in the beginning, and the bear comes in right at the end, so he'll be there. There's nothing like history. Today is Sunday. The sermon begins or ends or picks up where it left off. Sex is permissible only between a virgin man and a virgin woman who have been joined in holy matrimony. The minister's voice is soft, pleasant, even through his bullhorn. He stands on the granite curb beside a red wooden placard and speaks from somewhere just behind our ears. These curbs were quarried 100 years ago, set down in immovable slabs. 4 generations of tax records are plastered into the bathroom wall. We've paid more than anyone. We hear the choir warming up, softly, pleasantly. The rain comes and goes in mist, in falling waves like the tropics in winter. The cupped blossoms fill with water. I tilt my umbrella low. Each Italian restaurant claims to be the oldest in the city. Why should authenticity matter to us, the starting and stopping of the past, the subtle fade out of the present with what to replace it? We eat good Italian food, bread and wine, sauces thick with shallots and fresh tomato, garlic and basil. Rain beads on the windows, on the birds of paradise in the courtyard. More and more we belong to what we can touch. We belong to each other. Tonight we will lie in front of the wood stove on a bearskin. The black fur absorbs the muted light, the heat. For me, the skin is a luxury, a deep pleasure like your own skin against mine. But how do I know? What if in your sleep the dead weight of the bear still drapes across your shoulders as you head through the trees for home? Is it too heavy? Is it heavy enough? This is the last one. It's called Star Thistle. There's blood on the glass in the broken windows. The sky is green again. I'm going to call you Heathcliff. I'm going to get out my dictionary and leave its gold-edged pages open on the stand to the color plate of wildflowers. The star thistle doesn't appear. I'm going to get the hailstones out of the freezer and roll them over your eyelids. In the junkyard, the cars shine in perfect rows like corn, like cobbled streets. There's a hole in the wall, crumbling plaster and a coat of white dust on the carpet. I put my eye to the hole, but it's dark, a whole dark continent in there, an ivory coast of illicit trading, slaves and tusks. I put my eye to the hole and it telescopes, shows me you in the empty junkyard, stomping the ground for landmines. When you come back in here, I'll sew up your hands with dark blue thread. The solar panels on the roof absorb starlight and the ballistic sound of hail. Remember those nights you tried to show me the outline of the shadowed side of the moon? I think I see it now. I'm telling you, you'll feel better if you lie down. I'll read to you from the dictionary. All the good words are there, but hidden like quail in a camouflage of fallen leaves and branches. Yeah. It's weird. It doesn't bother me at all to read in public, but it's strange to read to like a possible audience, much more so than to read to a real audience. I don't know why.